The aroma of roasting turkey and simmering tension filled my parents' sprawling Victorian home. I smoothed my simple black dress, bought off the rack at Macy's, a detail my sister-in-law Safia would surely mention later, and took my usual seat at the far end of the dining table. The quiet one spot, as they'd labeled it years ago. "Olivia, darling," my mother called from her position of authority near the carved turkey. "How's that little office job of yours? Still working those long hours for that, what was it again?" "Investment firm, Mom," I replied softly. "Blackridge Capital." My brother Marcus snorted into his wine glass. "She's just a secretary there," he announced to our extended family gathered for Thanksgiving dinner. "Pushing papers, answering phones. Real exciting stuff." I took a small sip of water, letting his words roll off me like they had for the past 5 years. 5 years of building something extraordinary while they thought I was just another corporate drone. 5 years of being the family disappointment while quietly becoming one of the most powerful women in tech. "At least she has a job," Aunt Patricia offered with a kind of defensive praise that felt more like pity. "In this economy, that's something." My cousin David, glued to his phone as usual, barely looked up. "Yeah, not everyone can be as successful as Marcus. Didn't your hedge fund just close another major deal?" Marcus straightened his designer tie, a gift from the company he thought he'd impressed. If he only knew who really owned that company now. $800 million in new investments, he bragged. Largest deal in the firm's history. I hid my smile behind my napkin. The deal he was so proud of. I'd orchestrated it to one of my shell companies. My brother had spent 3 months negotiating with my team, never realizing his little sister was the one behind it all. "Now that's real business," my father declared, beaming at his golden child. "Not just pushing papers and getting coffee." Mom nodded in agreement. "Olivia dear, perhaps Marcus could help you find a more suitable position. Something with actual growth potential." I thought about the empire I'd built. Quantum Dynamics, a technology company revolutionizing artificial intelligence and machine learning. We didn't just have growth potential, we were reshaping the future. But they didn't know that. They didn't know that the quiet daughter they dismissed had just closed a deal worth more than their combined net worth. "I'm fine where I am," I said quietly. "The work suits me." Sophia, Marcus's trophy wife, rolled her eyes. "That's the problem, Liv. You've always settled for fine. No ambition, no drive. Just sitting quietly in your little cubicle while the rest of us actually make something of ourselves." The room murmured in agreement. Even my younger cousins, who once looked up to me, now saw me through the family's carefully crafted lens of disappointment. Little did they know that tomorrow morning, Fortune magazine would release its annual 500 list, and with it, the carefully maintained facade of Olivia Bennett, humble secretary, would crumble. The thought almost made the turkey taste better. Speaking of success, Marcus continued, swirling his expensive bourbon. "We're closing on the Peterson account next week. Finally managed to outmaneuver that mysterious tech company that's been buying up everything in sight." I nearly choked on my water. The Peterson account, a billion-dollar investment portfolio I'd been quietly acquiring through various subsidiaries. Marcus thought he'd secured it, but the papers finalizing my purchase had been signed this morning. David, still scrolling through his phone, suddenly sat up straighter. His eyes widened as he stared at the screen, then at me, then back at the screen. "Holy shit," he whispered, just loud enough to catch everyone's attention. "Language," Aunt Patricia scolded, but David wasn't listening. "Olivia," he said slowly, Why is your face on Fortune's website? The room went still. Marcus reached for David's phone, but his younger brother held it away, reading aloud instead. Quantum Dynamics CEO Olivia Bennett joins Fortune 500 list. The secretive founder of the $2 billion tech empire. His voice trailed off as the implications hit. I set down my fork carefully, enjoying the way the color drained from Marcus's face. The way my mother's perfect posture crumbled slightly. The way Sophia's wine glass froze halfway to her lips. $2 billion, my father choked out. That's impossible. You're his secretary. I smiled, reaching for my bag. Actually, I said, pulling out a glossy magazine, an advance copy of tomorrow's Fortune issue with my face on the cover. I think it's closer to $3 billion now. The market's been quite favorable lately. The turkey was definitely getting cold, but I'd never enjoyed a Thanksgiving dinner more. The silence that followed my revelation was interrupted only by the soft thud of Sophia's wine glass hitting the tablecloth, spreading a crimson stain across my mother's pristine white linen. This is a joke, Marcus finally managed, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. Some kind of prank. I pulled out my phone, opening the banking app that few knew existed, a private platform for ultra-high net worth individuals. Would you like to see the numbers, brother? Or perhaps we should discuss the Peterson account you think you're closing next week? His face went from red to white faster than the spreading wine stain. The Peterson account? That was you. Quantum Dynamics owns 60% of the investment portfolio you've been chasing, I said calmly. We acquired it this morning. Congratulations on your negotiating skills, though. You only overpaid by about $200 million. Dad's hands gripped the edge of the table. But your job at Blackridge Capital is real, I confirmed. I do work there. I just didn't mention that I own it. Bought it 3 years ago through a holding company. Marcus has technically been working for me this whole time. The turkey was completely forgotten now. Aunt Patricia's fork clattered against her plate. David was frantically Googling my name, his eyes growing wider with each new article he found. Oh my God, he whispered. The mysterious tech CEO everyone's been talking about. The woman who revolutionized artificial intelligence. That's you. Mom found her voice, though it trembled slightly. Why didn't you tell us? We're family. I met her gaze steadily. Like you told me I'd never succeed in business. Like Marcus told me to stick to answering phones. Like Sophia suggested I focus on finding a husband because I clearly wasn't cut out for the corporate world. We were trying to protect you, Dad protested weakly. No, I corrected. You were trying to control me, to keep me in the box you created. The quiet one. The failure. The one who couldn't possibly build something extraordinary. My phone buzzed. A message from my CFO. Our stock just jumped another 12% in after-hours trading. The Peterson acquisition is already paying off. Marcus pushed back from the table abruptly. I need to call my office. They're closed for Thanksgiving, I said mildly. But don't worry. The termination papers won't be delivered until Monday. He froze. Termination? Quantum Dynamics has a strict policy against insider trading, I explained, pulling up another document on my phone. Your recent activities with the Thompson Fund violated several SEC regulations. As your employer, through Blackridge Capital, I'm obligated to report it. You're firing me? His voice rose. Your own brother. No, Marcus. I'm holding you accountable. There's a difference. Sophia stood up, designer dress rustling. You vindictive little. Careful, I interrupted. Your prenup has a morality clause. Marcus's illegal trading could void it completely. Though given his imminent legal troubles, there might not be much left to claim anyway. The room erupted in chaos. Mom was crying silently. Dad looked like he'd aged 10 years in 10 minutes. My cousins were furiously whispering among themselves, while Aunt Patricia appeared to be praying. I stood, smoothing my simple dress. I should go. I have an early meeting tomorrow. We're acquiring another AI firm in Singapore. Time zones, you know. Wait, Dad called out. Please. We can fix this, as a family. I turned back, my hand on the doorframe. Family? Was it family when you cut off my college fund because I chose computer science instead of business administration? When you told everyone I was having a breakdown after I quit my first job to start coding? When you bet against my company in its early days, hoping I'd fail? We didn't know, Mom whispered. Exactly. You never asked. You never saw me. You were too busy celebrating Marcus's mediocrity to notice my success. Too convinced of your own superiority to see that the quiet one was building an empire. David suddenly spoke up. The Charity Foundation, the one funding tech education for underprivileged kids. That's yours too, isn't it? I nodded. Someone had to break the cycle of judgment and privilege. Might as well be the family disappointment. My phone buzzed again. Miss Bennett, your car is waiting, my driver texted. Don't leave like this, Mom pleaded. Stay. Talk to us. I have been talking for years, I replied. You just never listened. But don't worry, you'll be hearing a lot about me now. It's harder to ignore a billionaire than a secretary. As I walked out, I heard Marcus's phone ring. Probably his broker calling about his rapidly tanking investment portfolio. Tomorrow, when the news broke about his insider trading, he'd have bigger problems than his sister's success. I paused at my car, looking back at the house where I had grown up feeling invisible. Through the window, I could see them all still frozen around the dining table, their perfect Thanksgiving shattered by the truth they'd never bothered to see. My driver opened the door. Where to, Miss Bennett? I smiled. The office. It's time to finish what I started. Because this wasn't just about revenge. It was about reshaping an entire industry, about proving that success doesn't always look like they expect it to. And I was just getting started. The morning after Thanksgiving, my face was everywhere. Forbes, Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, all running the story of the secretive tech billionaire who'd built an empire in silence. The quiet revolution, they called it, if they only knew the half of it. I sat in my real office, not the modest cubicle at Black Ridge Capital, but the entire top floor of the Quantum Dynamics Tower downtown. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city I'd quietly reshaped over the past 5 years. Your mother's called 6 times, my assistant Jessica informed me, setting down my morning coffee. Your father's trying to reach the board members, and Marcus, well, Marcus has bigger problems now. I pulled up the morning news on my tablet. SEC investigates major hedge fund for trading violations. The headline was diplomatic. The reality was anything but. The family lawyers are in the lobby, Jessica added. They're insisting on an immediate meeting. I took a sip of coffee. Let them wait. I have more important matters to handle. My phone buzzed with a text from David. Holy shit, cuz. Just saw the stock price. Why didn't you tell me? I smiled, remembering his face last night when he'd first seen the Fortune article. Of all my family members, he was the only one who'd ever shown genuine interest in technology. Maybe it was time to give him a real opportunity. Miss Bennett, Jessica interrupted my thoughts. The Singapore acquisition is ready for final approval. I nodded, turning to the wall of screens displaying real-time data from our AI systems worldwide. Another piece falling into place. While my family thought I was pushing papers, I'd been pushing boundaries. The intercom buzzed. "Your brother's wife is here. She's quite insistent." "Send her up," I said. Time to finish what last night started. Sophia burst into my office like a designer hurricane, all branded fury and expensive indignation. She stopped short, taking in the vast space, the view, the clear evidence of power she'd never believed I could possess. "You destroyed him," she spat. "Your own brother." "No," I corrected calmly. "Marcus destroyed himself. I just refuse to cover it up. He's facing criminal charges. He's facing consequences," I said, standing. Something this family has always been remarkably good at avoiding. She threw an envelope on my desk. "His career is over. Everything we built, everything you stole," I interrupted. "Did you think I didn't know about the embezzlement? The offshore accounts? The clients you and Marcus defrauded?" Her perfect composure cracked. "How? I own the banks you used, the firms you thought would hide your transactions. When you're quietly building an empire, you learn to watch everything." "What do you want?" she whispered. I sat back down, straightening a stack of papers. "Want? I don't want anything from you, Sophia. I have everything I need. The question is, what are you going to do now?" "What do you mean?" "Marcus is facing federal charges. Your assets are frozen. That prenup you thought would protect you, it won't. Not from this." She sank into a chair, designer dress crumpling. "You thought of everything, haven't you? That's what the quiet ones do. We watch. We learn. We plan." My phone buzzed again, a news alert. The Peterson acquisition was public now. Our stock had jumped another 15%. "There is one option," I said carefully, "if you're interested in salvaging something from this mess." "What?" "Tell the truth. All of it. Help the SEC unravel Marcus's schemes. In return, I'll ensure you have enough to start over. Somewhere far from here." "You do that? After everything?" "I'm not doing it for you," I said. "I'm doing it for the principle. Someone in this family should finally choose truth over appearance." She stared at me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Where do I start?" As Sophia left my office 30 minutes later, clutching a stack of documents that would help federal prosecutors, Jessica appeared with an update. "Your parents are still in the lobby, and the board of Harrison Tech, your father's company, is calling an emergency meeting. Apparently, their major investors are getting nervous." I smiled. Harrison Tech, the company that had cut off my college fund, that had bet against my success. Their stock was already falling as the market realized which side of the AI revolution they'd chosen. "One more thing," Jessica added. "David's here. Says he has an idea he wants to pitch." "Send him up," I said. It's time this family learned what real mentorship looks like. My phone lit up with another text from my mother. "Please, Olivia, we need to talk, as a family." I typed back a single response. "I'm in my office, top floor of the building with my name on it. Come see what your quiet daughter built while you weren't watching." Because success isn't just about proving people wrong. It's about showing them exactly who you've been all along. And I was finally ready to be seen. The morning sun glinted off the Quantum Dynamics logo atop our building, visible from my parents' house across the city. Let them look up and remember, Sometimes the quietest voice in the room is the one you should have been listening to all along.
The champagne glass shattered against the marble floor, sending crystal shards across my feet like tiny daggers. I stood there frozen as my mother-in-law's voice cut through the silence. "Well, that's just perfect. Can't even hold a glass properly. My name is Rachel, and I should have known that hosting Sunday dinner for the Montgomery family would end in disaster. It always did. It's fine, Margaret. I'll clean it up." I bent down, my hands shaking as I picked up the larger pieces. Blood welled up from a small cut on my palm. "Leave it," Bryson said, from across the dining room, not even looking up from his phone. "The help can deal with it tomorrow." The help. That's what I was to them, even after 3 years of marriage. I pressed my palm against my dress, trying to stop the bleeding. "Honestly, Rachel," Margaret continued, her voice dripping with false concern, "you seem so nervous lately. Is everything all right?" I forced a smile. "Just tired. It's been a long week." "Teaching must be so exhausting," Chloe chimed in, her tone suggesting teaching was equivalent to finger painting. "All those little children demanding attention." "I don't teach anymore," I said quietly. "I haven't since you married into money," Talon interrupted with a laugh. "Lucky you." The room fell silent except for the tick of the grandfather clock. I could feel their eyes on me, waiting for a reaction. This was their favourite game. Push Rachel until she breaks. "How's Gilbert doing?" I asked, desperate to change the subject. Margaret's expression shifted, her mask of superiority cracking slightly. "Not well. The doctors say... Well, they say we should prepare ourselves." Bryson finally looked up from his phone. "Dad's tough. He'll pull through." "He's dying, Bryson." Sage spoke for the first time all evening, her voice flat. "We all know it. Stop pretending otherwise." "Sage!" Margaret snapped. "That's enough." "What? It's true, and we all know what happens when he dies." Sage's eyes found mine across the table. "Don't we, Rachel?" I didn't understand what she meant, but something cold settled in my stomach. The way they were all looking at me now, like vultures circling prey. "I think," Margaret said slowly, "that we need to have a family discussion. About the future. About protecting what's ours." "What do you mean?" I asked. Bryson reached over and took my uninjured hand. To anyone watching it would look loving, but his grip was too tight, his thumb pressing against my pulse point. "Nothing for you to worry about, sweetheart. Just family business." Family business. I'd heard that phrase 100 times since marrying Bryson. It always meant the same thing. I wasn't really family. "Where's Stella tonight?" I asked. "She usually joins us for Sunday dinner." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Margaret's jaw tightened. "Grandmother is resting," Chloe said. "She's been tired lately." That was strange. Stella Montgomery might be 81, but she was sharper than everyone else in this room combined. She never missed Sunday dinner. Never. "Maybe I should check on her," I offered. "No." The word came out harsher than Bryson intended. He cleared his throat. "I mean, she specifically asked not to be disturbed." I nodded, but something wasn't right. Stella had always been kind to me, the only one in this family who treated me like a human being instead of an inconvenience. "Well," Margaret said, standing up, "I think we should call it a night. Rachel, dear, thank you for dinner, though next time perhaps something less ambitious." The roast had been perfect. The vegetables were cooked exactly right. The only thing that had gone wrong was the champagne glass, and that was because my hands were shaking from their constant needling. They filed out one by one, leaving me alone with the mess. I was on my hands and knees, picking up the last of the crystal, when I heard Bryson's voice from the hallway. "It'll all work out after tomorrow." "Are you sure she'll sign it?" That was Margaret. "She'll sign it. She doesn't have a choice." My blood turned to ice. Sign what? What were they planning? I stayed crouched on the floor until I heard the front door close, until the sound of car engines faded into the night. Only then did I allow myself to breathe. Whatever they had planned for tomorrow, I had a feeling my life was about to change forever, and not in a good way. The knock on the door came at exactly 9 a.m. I'd been awake since 5, pacing the kitchen, drinking coffee that tasted like ash. When I opened the door, Margaret stood there with Bryson, both dressed like they were heading to a board meeting. "We need to talk," Margaret said, pushing past me into the house. "Good morning to you too," I muttered, closing the door. Bryson kissed my cheek, but it felt cold, performative. "Morning, babe. Hope you don't mind us stopping by." "Actually, I do mind. I have errands to run today." "This won't take long," Margaret said, settling herself on my couch like she owned it. Which, technically, she kind of did. The house was in Bryson's name. Bryson sat beside his mother, and I noticed he was carrying a leather folder. My stomach clenched. "What's this about?" I asked, remaining standing. Margaret smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Just some paperwork, nothing dramatic." "What kind of paperwork?" Bryson opened the folder and pulled out a thick document. "It's a post-nuptial agreement, just a formality, really." The words hit me like a slap. "A what?" "Given Dad's condition," Margaret said, "we need to make sure everything is clear, legally speaking." I stared at the papers in Bryson's hands. "You want me to sign away my rights to your father's inheritance?" "Not sign away," Bryson said quickly. "Just clarify. You know how complicated these things can get. I was never expecting anything from Gilbert's estate." "Of course not," Margaret said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "But lawyers, you know how they are. They want everything spelled out." I sat down across from them, my legs suddenly weak. "What exactly does it say?" Bryson flipped through the pages. "Standard stuff. In the event of Gilbert's death, his assets remain within the bloodline. You'd still be provided for, obviously." "Provided for?" "A monthly allowance," Margaret said. "Very generous, considering." "Considering what?" The mask slipped from Margaret's face for just a moment. "Considering you were a public school teacher when my son met you. Considering you've never contributed a dime to this family's wealth." "I contributed 3 years of my life." "Did you?" Margaret leaned forward. "Because from where I sit, it looks like you've been living quite comfortably off our generosity." My hands clenched into fists. "I worked until you convinced Bryson I should quit. I had my own apartment, my own car, my own life." "And now you have so much more," Bryson said. "This house, the credit cards, the lifestyle. The agreement just protects that. By making sure I can never claim more than you think I deserve." "Rachel," Margaret's voice turned sharp, "let's not pretend this is about love. You saw an opportunity and you took it. There's no shame in that. But now we need to be realistic about expectations." I looked at my husband. "Is that what you think? That I married you for money?" Bryson wouldn't meet my eyes. I think this is just smart business." "Smart business," I repeated the words slowly. "Our marriage is smart business." "Don't be dramatic," Margaret said. "You're still married. You're still family. This just ensures everyone knows their place." Their place. My place was apparently at the bottom of the family hierarchy, grateful for whatever scraps they threw me. "What if I don't sign it?" The temperature in the room dropped. Margaret and Bryson exchanged a look. "Why wouldn't you sign it?" Bryson asked. "Unless you were planning something." "Planning what?" "I don't know," Margaret said. "But refusing to sign would certainly raise questions about your motives." The threat was clear. "Sign this or we'll make your life hell." "I need time to think about it." "There's nothing to think about," Margaret stood up. "It's a formality, Rachel, unless you have something to hide." I looked at the document again, at the pages and pages of legal language designed to keep me in my place, to make sure I knew I was an outsider, a charity case, someone who should be grateful for whatever they decided to give me. "Fine," I said. "I'll sign it." Margaret smiled triumphantly. Bryson looked relieved. I took the pen and signed my name at the bottom of each page. my hand steady despite the rage burning in my chest. They watched me like hawks, making sure I didn't miss a single signature line. "There," I said, handing the papers back. "Happy now?" "Very," Margaret said, tucking the document into her purse. "I knew you'd be reasonable." After they left, I sat alone in my kitchen, staring at my phone. There was a text message from an unknown number sent just minutes ago. "Tomorrow, 8 p.m, my study. Come alone. S. Stella." I smiled for the first time in hours. The Montgomery estate looked different at night, more imposing, more like the fortress it really was. I parked at the back entrance like Stella had instructed, and used the key she'd given me months ago, a key I'd never told Bryson about. The house was dark except for a single light in Stella's study. My footsteps echoed on the marble floors as I made my way through hallways lined with portraits of dead Montgomerys, all of them seeming to judge me as I passed. I knocked softly on the study door. "Come in, dear." Stella sat behind her massive oak desk, looking frailer than I'd ever seen her, but her eyes were sharp as ever, and she was smiling. "You came," she said. "Of course I came. Your text was cryptic. Sit down, Rachel. We have much to discuss." I took the chair across from her desk, the same chair where I'd sat countless times over the past 3 years, drinking tea and talking about books, about life, about everything, except the family that connected us. "They made you sign it, didn't they?" she asked. My stomach dropped. "Sign what?" "The post-nuptial agreement. Margaret's been planning it for weeks. How did you—" "I know everything that happens in this family, dear, even when they think I don't." She opened a drawer and pulled out a manila folder. "Especially when they think I don't. Stella, I don't understand. My son is dying, Rachel. Gilbert has maybe days left, and my daughter-in-law and grandson are circling like vultures, making sure they get every penny they think they deserve." She stood up slowly and walked to the window overlooking the gardens. "Do you know what Margaret said to me last week? She said it was time for me to step back and let the younger generation handle the family finances." "She wants you to retire," Stella laughed, but there was no humour in it. "She wants me to die, dear, or at least become irrelevant. She's been waiting 30 years for Gilbert and me to get out of her way." "But you're not going anywhere." "No, I'm not." She turned back to me. "Which is why I asked you here." She returned to her desk and opened the folder. Inside were legal documents, bank statements, and what looked like a will. "I've been watching this family tear itself apart for decades, watching them scheme and plot and betray each other for money. But you're different. Stella, let me finish." Her voice was firm. "You married Bryson for love. Foolish, perhaps, but genuine. You've never asked me for anything, never tried to manipulate me or curry favour. You visit me because you enjoy my company, not because you want something from me." She pulled out a document and placed it in front of me. "This is my will, Rachel. My real will, not the one Margaret thinks exists." I stared at the papers, afraid to touch them. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because I'm leaving everything to you." The words hit me like a physical blow. "What?" "The business, the properties, the investments, all of it, every penny." "Stella, you can't be serious." "I've never been more serious about anything in my life." I stood up, backing away from the desk. "This is insane. I'm not even blood family." "Blood family?" Stella's voice turned bitter. "My blood family forced you to sign away your rights to Gilbert's estate today. My blood family has spent years treating you like a servant in your own home. My blood family would sell their souls for $1. "But Bryson is weak. He's let his mother poison him against you from day one. He stood by and watched them humiliate you today, didn't he?" I couldn't deny it. He had. "There's more," Stella continued. "Ellis Ray, my lawyer, has been documenting Margaret and Talon's attempts to access my accounts. They've been forging my signature on documents, trying to transfer assets. They're stealing from you, Trying to. Ellis has been feeding them false information, letting them think they're succeeding while building a case against them. She walked around the desk and took my hands. I don't have long, Rachel. Maybe a few months. I want to know that when I'm gone, everything I've built will go to someone who deserves it, someone who won't destroy it out of greed. This will destroy the family. The family destroyed itself long ago. I'm just making sure the pieces fall where they should. A sound in the hallway made us both freeze, footsteps on marble, trying to be quiet, but not quite succeeding. Stella quickly gathered the documents and shoved them back into the folder. "Take this," she whispered, pressing the folder into my hands. "Hide it. Trust no one except Ellis." The footsteps were getting closer. "Go," she hissed. "Back door, now." I clutched the folder to my chest and headed for the door, but it was too late. The handle turned and Chloe stepped into the room. "Grandmother," she said, her eyes immediately finding me. "What's Rachel doing here?" Stella didn't miss a beat. "She was returning a book I lent her, weren't you, dear?" I held up the folder, praying Chloe couldn't see my hands shaking. "Pride and Prejudice. You said I could borrow it." Chloe's eyes narrowed. "At 9 o'clock at night." "I couldn't sleep," I said. "Thought I'd read for a while." "How considerate of you to return it so quickly." The suspicion in her voice was unmistakable. She knew something was wrong. "Well," I said, backing toward the door, "I should get going. Bryson will wonder where I am." As I left, I could feel Chloe's eyes boring into my back. The folder felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in my hands. I had Stella's will. I had the power to destroy them all. The question was, did I have the courage to use it? Gilbert died on a Tuesday morning. The call came at 6:47 a.m., Margaret's voice shaking as she told Bryson the news. I watched my husband's face crumble, and for a moment I forgot about everything else. This was the man I'd married, the one who used to laugh at my terrible jokes and bring me coffee in bed. "I'm sorry," I whispered, reaching for his hand. He pulled away. "I need to call the funeral home." The next 3 days were a blur of black clothes and forced sympathy. The funeral was held at the biggest church in town, packed with people who'd never spoken to Gilbert but wanted to be seen mourning a Montgomery. I sat in the front pew between Bryson and Sage, watching Margaret play the grieving widow to perfection. She dabbed at her eyes with a lace handkerchief, accepting condolences like she was accepting an award. "He was such a good man," she kept saying. "So generous, so loving. The Gilbert I remembered had been kind, especially in those early days of my marriage. He'd defended me once when Margaret made a particularly cruel comment about my background. But that was before the family poison really took hold, before he started looking at me like I was something that had crawled out from under a rock." "Beautiful service," someone whispered behind me. "Yes, though I'm sure the real drama will come later," came the reply. "You know how these wealthy families are when it comes to wills." I felt Bryson tense beside me. Across the aisle, Talon was whispering something to Chloe, both of them glancing in my direction. After the burial, everyone gathered at the Montgomery estate for the reception. I helped serve food and drinks, playing the dutiful daughter-in-law, while the family's friends and business associates offered their condolences. "Rachel, dear," Mrs. Whitmore from the country club cornered me by the buffet table. "How are you holding up? This must be so difficult." "We're managing, thank you." "I'm sure you are, though I imagine things will be different now, with Gilbert gone." The way she said it made my skin crawl, like she knew something I didn't. "Excuse me," I said, stepping away from her. I found Stella in the garden, sitting alone on a bench beneath the old oak tree. She looked exhausted, older than her 81 years. "How are you doing?" I asked, sitting beside her. "I've buried my husband, my eldest son, and now Gilbert. I'm tired, Rachel, so very tired." "I'm sorry," she patted my hand. "He wasn't always like he became, you know. Gilbert was a sweet boy once, before Margaret got her claws into him." "Stella, she's already started, hasn't she? The whispers, the looks. making sure everyone knows you don't belong. I glanced back at the house where I could see Margaret, holding court on the terrace, surrounded by well-dressed mourners. She cornered me yesterday, I said. Asked if I was prepared for the changes ahead. And what did you tell her? That I didn't know what she meant. Stella smiled grimly. Good. Let them think you're naive. It'll make what comes next easier. What comes next? Before she could answer, Bryson appeared on the garden path. There you are, he said to me. People are asking for you. I'll be right there. He hesitated, looking between Stella and me. Everything okay out here? Just two old friends talking, Stella said. Nothing that concerns you, dear. Something flickered across Bryson's face. Suspicion? Fear? But he just nodded and walked back toward the house. He's scared, Stella said quietly. Of what? Of losing control. Of you having more power than he thinks you deserve. That evening, after the last guest had left, the family gathered in Gilbert's study. Margaret sat behind his desk like she already owned it, while Bryson and Talon flanked her like bodyguards. Chloe perched on the arm of a chair, and Sage stood by the window looking uncomfortable. Well, Margaret said, I suppose we should discuss arrangements. What kind of arrangements? Sage asked. The business, the properties, the investments. Someone needs to take charge. The will reading isn't until next week, I said. Margaret's smile was sharp. Oh, I think we all know how that will go. Gilbert was very clear about his wishes. Was he? Stella's voice cut through the room like a blade. She stood in the doorway, leaning heavily on her cane. Because I seem to remember him being quite confused these past few months. Mother, Margaret's voice was strained. You should be resting. I've been resting for 3 days. I think that's quite enough. Stella made her way to an empty chair, and I noticed how everyone shifted uncomfortably. Even Margaret looked nervous. The will reading is scheduled for Friday, Stella continued. Ellis will be here at 2 o'clock sharp. I suggest you all be present. Of course we'll be present, Talon said. We're family. Stella's eyes found mine across the room. Yes, family. The word hung in the air like a challenge. As everyone filed out, Ellis Ray appeared at my elbow. I hadn't even seen him come in. Mrs. Montgomery, he said quietly, might I have a word? We stepped into the hallway, away from the others. Are you ready for Friday? He asked. My mouth went dry. I don't know if anyone can be ready for something like this. You're stronger than you think, and you're not alone. Ellis, what if... No what ifs, just be there. 2 o'clock. And Rachel. Yes. Bring your courage. You're going to need it. Friday arrived like a storm I'd been watching build on the horizon for days. By 1:45 p.m, Stella's study was packed with Montgomerys and their lawyers. The air was thick with expensive perfume and barely contained greed. Margaret sat in the front row like she was attending a coronation, wearing a black Chanel suit that probably cost more than most people's cars. Bryson was beside her, checking his phone every 30 seconds. Talon had positioned himself near the door, like he was planning his escape route. Chloe sat with perfect posture, her hands folded in her lap, while Saig fidgeted in the back corner. I took a seat near the window, trying to make myself invisible. My hands were shaking, so I clasped them together in my lap. At exactly 2 o'clock, Ellis Ray entered carrying a leather briefcase. He was followed by 2 other lawyers I didn't recognize and a court stenographer. Good afternoon, everyone, Ellis said, settling behind Stella's massive desk. We're here for the reading of Gilbert Montgomery's last will and testament. Finally, Talon muttered. Ellis opened his briefcase and pulled out a thick document. Before we begin, I need to clarify something. This will was executed 6 months ago, superseding all previous versions. Margaret nodded approvingly. Gilbert was very thorough. Indeed he was. Ellis cleared his throat. To my wife, Margaret, I leave the sum of $50,000 and my personal effects. The room went dead silent. Margaret's face turned white. I'm sorry, what? She said. $50,000, Ellis repeated. To my son Bryson, I leave the sum of $25,000. To my daughter Chloe, $25,000. To my son Sage, $25,000. That's impossible, Bryson stood up. There has to be more. I'm afraid not. The remainder of Gilbert's estate, approximately $2 million, goes to various charities. Margaret shot to her feet. This is ridiculous. Gilbert had over $20 million in assets. Gilbert had approximately $2 million in assets that were solely his, Ellis said calmly. The rest belongs to someone else. Who? Talon demanded. Ellis smiled. That brings us to the second will we're reading today. My heart stopped beating. The last will and testament of Stella Montgomery. What? Margaret's voice was a shriek. She's not dead. No, but she's chosen to execute her will while she's still alive to see it carried out. It's perfectly legal. Stella appeared in the doorway, moving slowly but with purpose. She made her way to a chair near Ellis's desk, her cane tapping against the marble floor. "Hello, family," she said. "Grandmother, what's going on?" Chloe asked. "Justice," Stella replied simply. Ellis opened a second document. "To my daughter-in-law Margaret, I leave nothing. She has taken enough." Margaret's mouth fell open. "To my grandson Bryson, I leave nothing. He has shown himself to be weak and easily manipulated." Bryson's face went red. "You can't do this. To my granddaughter Chloe, I leave nothing. She has spent years scheming behind my back." "This is insane," Chloe shouted. "To my grandson Talon, I leave nothing. His attempts to forge my signature and steal from me have been well documented." Talon went pale. "We have security footage, dear," Stella said sweetly. Ellis continued reading. "To my grandson Sage, I leave the sum of $1 million, as he is the only one who has never asked me for money or treated me as a means to an end." Sage looked stunned. "Grandmother, The remainder of my estate," Ellis's voice grew stronger, "including all business holdings, properties, investments and liquid assets totaling approximately $47 million, I leave to Rachel Montgomery." The room exploded. "What?" Margaret screamed. "That's impossible," Bryson shouted. "She's not even blood family." "She can't do this." Talon was on his feet. "We'll contest it." "On what grounds?" Ellis asked calmly. "Mrs. Stella Montgomery is of sound mind and body. She can leave her assets to whomever she chooses." "She's a gold digger." Margaret pointed at me like I was something diseased. "She manipulated a sick old woman." "I'm sitting right here, Margaret," Stella said, "and I'm neither sick nor manipulated. I'm disgusted." Bryson turned to me, his face twisted with rage. "You planned this. You've been working on her for years." I found my voice. "I had no idea." "Liar!" Chloe screamed. "You scheming little—" "Enough!" Stella's cane hit the floor with a sharp crack. "Rachel has never asked me for a single thing. She visits me because she enjoys my company. She listens when I speak. She treats me like a human being instead of a bank account. This is fraud," Margaret said, her voice shaking. "I'll have you arrested." "For what? Leaving my own money to someone I care about?" Ellis cleared his throat. "There's one more thing. The post-nuptial agreement signed earlier this week is null and void, as it only pertained to Gilbert's assets, not Stella's." The colour drained from Bryson's face. "The post-nup—" "Is worthless," Ellis confirmed. "Rachel is now one of the wealthiest women in the state." I sat there in shock as chaos erupted around me. Margaret was screaming about lawyers and lawsuits. Bryson was pacing like a caged animal. Talon was making threats. Chloe was crying angry tears. Through it all, Stella sat calmly, watching her family tear itself apart. "You've destroyed us," Margaret said, her voice breaking. "Your own family." "No, Margaret," Stella replied. "You destroyed yourselves. I just made sure you couldn't take anyone else down with you." Ellis began packing up his papers. "The transfer of assets will begin immediately. Rachel, I'll need to meet with you next week to discuss the details." I nodded, still unable to speak. As the family filed out, hurling accusations and threats, Bryson stopped in front of me. "This isn't over," he said quietly. "You think you've won, but you have no idea what you've started. Bryson, don't. Just don't." He walked away, leaving me alone with Stella and Ellis. "Well," Stella said, "that went about as expected." I looked at her, this tiny woman who had just handed me an empire and destroyed her own family in the process. "What have we done?" I whispered. "What needed to be done?" she replied. "The question is, what will you do now?" The first attack came Monday morning. I woke up to my phone buzzing non-stop with notifications. Someone had leaked the story to the press, and it was everywhere. "Gold digger inherits millions," screamed the headline on the local news website. The article painted me as a manipulative outsider who'd seduced a vulnerable old woman out of her fortune. My photo was everywhere. Old pictures from my teaching days, wedding photos, even a blurry shot of me leaving the grocery store last week. The comments section was brutal. "She looks like a snake. Poor family getting robbed by this nobody. Hope they contest the will and take her for everything. Bryson hadn't come home Friday night. Or Saturday. Or Sunday." I'd been alone in our house, jumping at every sound, wondering when the other shoe would drop. The doorbell rang at 8 a.m. sharp. I peered through the peephole and saw a man in an expensive suit holding a briefcase. "Mrs. Montgomery, I'm David Fletcher, attorney for the Montgomery family. I'd like to discuss a settlement." "I'm not interested." "I think you should hear what we're offering. It's quite generous." Against my better judgment, I opened the door. He pushed past me into the living room like he owned the place. "Beautiful home," he said, looking around. "Shame you'll have to give it up." "Excuse me? The house is in Bryson's name, as is the car in your driveway. The credit cards you've been using, all of it belongs to the Montgomery family." My stomach dropped. He was right. "We're prepared to offer you $5 million to renounce your claim to Stella's estate." $5 million? It's more than you ever dreamed of having, I'm sure. You could disappear, start over somewhere else, live comfortably for the rest of your life. And if I refuse, his smile was cold, then we make your life very uncomfortable. We have resources, Mrs. Montgomery, connections. We can make sure you never work again, never have peace again. Get out. Think about it. You have 24 hours. After he left, I called Ellis. "They offered you money?" he asked. $5 million, and threatened me if I don't take it. Standard intimidation tactics. Don't worry, we expected this. "Ellis, I can't even access my own bank account. Bryson froze everything. I'll have new accounts set up for you by this afternoon. And Rachel, don't go anywhere alone. These people are desperate." That evening, Sagi showed up at my door. She looked exhausted, her usually perfect hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. "Can I come in?" I hesitated. "Are you here to threaten me too?" "No, I'm here to apologize." I let her in, and we sat in the living room where her family's lawyer had threatened me that morning. "I had no idea," she said, "about any of it. The post-nup, the will, the way they've been treating you. You were there Sunday night when they humiliated me. I know, and I should have said something. I should have stood up for you." She looked down at her hands. "I've always been the baby, you know, the one they don't take seriously, so I just stayed quiet." "Why are you here, Sage?" "Because they're planning something. Margaret called a family meeting for tomorrow night. She's hired investigators to dig up dirt on you. They're going to try to prove you manipulated grandmother." "I didn't manipulate anyone. I know that. But they're desperate, and desperate people do terrible things." She stood up to leave, then turned back. "Rachel, be careful. Talon's been talking about taking care of the problem. I don't think he just means legally." After she left, I double-checked all the locks and closed all the curtains. I was making dinner when my phone rang. Unknown number. "Hello." Heavy breathing then. "You know they won't stop. Watch your back." The line went dead. I dropped the phone, my hands shaking. Someone was watching me. Someone wanted me scared. The next morning I found my car tires slashed, all 4 of them cut clean through. A note was tucked under the windshield wiper. "This is just the beginning." I called Ellis, who immediately sent a security team to the house. "You're staying at a hotel tonight," he said. "This is escalating too quickly. I won't be driven out of my own home." "It's not your home, Rachel. It's Bryson's. And right now, that makes it dangerous." That afternoon, Chloe called. "We need to talk," she said. "I don't think that's a good idea. Please, just coffee, public place. I have something you need to know." Against Ellis's advice, I met her at a busy cafe downtown. She was already there when I arrived, looking nervous. "Thank you for coming," she said. "What do you want, Chloe?" "I want to make a deal." "What kind of deal?" She leaned forward. "I know about the documents, the ones proving Talon and Margaret have been stealing from grandmother." My blood went cold. "What about them?" "I have copies, bank records, forged signatures, everything. I've been collecting evidence for months." "Why?" "Because I knew this day would come. I knew grandmother would eventually get fed up with their greed." She pulled a flash drive from her purse. "This contains everything, enough to send them both to prison. What do you want for it?" 10 million from your inheritance." I stared at her. "You're blackmailing me." "I'm offering you protection. With this evidence, they can't touch you. Without it," she shrugged. "Well, you've seen what they're capable of. And if I refuse, then I give this to Margaret. Let her know exactly how much evidence exists against her. I'm sure she'll be very motivated to make it disappear." She slid the flash drive across the table. "You have until tomorrow night to decide. The family meeting is at 8. Come alone and bring your answer." As she walked away, I realized the game had changed completely. This wasn't just about money anymore. This was war. I arrived at the Montgomery estate at 7:55 p.m., clutching the flash drive in my sweaty palm. The security team Ellis had hired followed at a distance, parked just outside the gates. I'd insisted on going in alone, but I wasn't stupid. The front door was unlocked. I walked through the marble foyer, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Voices drifted from the study, angry, hushed whispers that stopped the moment I appeared in the doorway. They were all there. Margaret sat behind the desk like a queen holding court. Bryson stood beside her, his face hard as stone. Talon leaned against the bookshelf, arms crossed. Chloe perched on the edge of a chair, watching me with calculating eyes. "Rachel," Margaret said, her voice dripping false sweetness, "how good of you to join us." "Let's get this over with," I said. "Straight to business, I like that." Margaret stood up. "We have a proposition. I already heard your lawyer's offer. The answer is no." "This is different," Bryson stepped forward. "We're prepared to offer you 15 million. Cash. You sign over the inheritance and disappear." "And if I refuse?" "Then we destroy you," Talon said simply. "We have investigators digging into every aspect of your life. Your finances, your past relationships, your family. We'll find something." "There's nothing to find." "There's always something," Margaret said. "A tax discrepancy, a questionable friendship, a moment of poor judgment. We'll manufacture something if we have to." I looked at Chloe. "And what's your role in this?" She held up an identical flash drive. "Insurance policy, in case you get any ideas about fighting back." "You made copies?" "I made copies of copies. This evidence could disappear very easily. Computer crashes, fires, theft. These things happen." I pulled out my own flash drive and set it on the desk. "Then I guess we're at a standstill." The room went silent, Margaret's eyes fixed on the drive like it was a snake. "What is that?" she asked. "Everything. Bank records, forged documents, security footage of Talon breaking into Stella's office. 3 years' worth of theft and fraud." Talon's face went white. "You're bluffing." "Am I?" I looked directly at him. "Should I mention the 50,000 you took from the charity fund last Christmas? or the fake invoices you've been submitting to the business accounts. You little... He started toward me, but Bryson grabbed his arm. How did you get this? Margaret demanded. Stella's been watching you for years. She knew exactly what you were doing. Impossible. She's a senile old woman. She's sharper than all of you combined. And she's been building a case against you since the day you married into this family. Margaret's mask finally slipped. The polished society matron disappeared, replaced by something ugly and desperate. You think you're so clever, she hissed, but you're nothing. A nobody from nowhere who got lucky. Maybe, but I'm a nobody with $47 million and enough evidence to put you in prison. We'll contest the will, Bryson said. Prove you manipulated her. With what evidence? The fact that I visited her? That I treated her with respect? That I never asked her for money? We'll say you isolated her from her family. I laughed. You isolated yourselves. When's the last time any of you had a real conversation with Stella? When's the last time you asked about her day, her health, her feelings? You only talked to her when you wanted something. She's our grandmother, Chloe shouted. She's your ATM. There's a difference. The door opened and Stella walked in. She moved slowly, leaning heavily on her cane, but her presence filled the room. Don't stop on my account, she said. This is fascinating. Grandmother, Margaret's voice turned sickeningly sweet. We were just discussing... I heard what you were discussing. I've been listening from the hallway for 10 minutes. Margaret's face crumpled. Mother, please, we can work this out. Family should stick together. Family. Stella's voice was ice. You mean the family that's been stealing from me for years? The family that forced my grandson's wife to sign away her rights? The family that's been plotting my death so you can get your hands on my money? We never... Don't lie to me, Margaret. I have security cameras throughout this house. I know about the meetings, the lawyers, the investigators. I know you hired someone to follow Rachel. She moved to stand beside me, her small frame somehow commanding the entire room. You want to contest my will? Go ahead. But first, explain to a judge why you've been forging my signature. Explain the missing money, the fake documents, the attempted fraud. You can't prove anything, Talon said, but his voice shook. Stella smiled. Ellis has been working with the FBI for 6 months. They have everything they need. The colour drained from his face. Here's what's going to happen, Stella continued. You're going to leave, all of you. You're going to stay away from Rachel, stay away from me, and pray that I don't decide to press charges. This is our home too, Bryson said desperately. No, it's not. It's my home, and you're no longer welcome in it. Margaret started crying ugly, desperate sobs. Please, Mother, we're family. You stopped being my family the day you decided I was worth more to you dead than alive. Stella turned to me. Rachel, would you please call security? I'd like these people removed from my property. As I reached for my phone, Bryson grabbed my wrist. This isn't over, he whispered. You think you've won, but you've just made enemies of the wrong people. I looked into his eyes, the eyes of the man I'd once loved, and saw nothing but hatred. Let go of me, I said quietly. He released my wrist and stepped back. I never loved you. I want you to know that. This whole marriage was just convenient. The words should have hurt. 3 years ago, they would have destroyed me. Now, they just made me tired. I know, I said. I've known for a long time. Security arrived within minutes. I watched from the window as the Montgomery family was escorted off their own property, their threats and pleas echoing across the manicured lawn. When the last car disappeared through the gate, Stella sank into her chair. Well, she said, that's that. I looked around the empty study, at the portraits of dead Montgomerys staring down at us with disapproval. What have we done? I whispered. What needed to be done? Stella replied. But Rachel... Yes, the hard part is just beginning. Stella died in her sleep on a Wednesday morning in October. I found her in her favourite chair in the sunroom, a book open in her lap, looking peaceful for the first time in months. The housekeeper called 911, but we both knew it was too late. The funeral was small. Just me, Ellis, a few business associates, and, surprisingly, Sage. She sat in the back row, crying quietly into a tissue. She was the only one who ever really saw me, Sage said afterward as we stood by the grave. I'm sorry I didn't stand up for you sooner. You stood up when it mattered. She hugged me, and I realised she was the only Montgomery I'd miss. The headlines started the next day. Montgomery matriarch dies, leaves fortune to daughter-in-law. The reporters camped outside the estate gates, shouting questions whenever I drove past. But there were other headlines too. Montgomery family under FBI investigation. Fraud charges filed against prominent family members. Talon was arrested first, led away in handcuffs from his downtown office. The news footage showed him trying to hide his face with a briefcase. Margaret followed 2 days later, her mugshot making the front page of every newspaper in the state. Bryson wasn't charged. He'd been weak and manipulated, but not criminal. Still, his law practice collapsed overnight. No one wanted to hire a lawyer whose family was under federal investigation. I was in Ellis's office signing papers to establish the Stella Montgomery Foundation when his secretary knocked on the door. Mrs. Montgomery, there's a woman here to see you, says she's your sister-in-law. Chloe walked in looking nothing like the polished socialite I'd known. Her hair was unwashed, her clothes wrinkled. She'd lost weight. I need to talk to you, she said. Ellis started to leave, but I stopped him. Stay. Whatever she has to say, she can say it in front of my lawyer. Chloe sat down heavily. I'm broke. The FBI froze all my accounts. They think I was involved in the fraud. Were you? No, I knew about it and didn't stop it. She looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes. I need help, Rachel. I have nowhere else to go. What about your trust fund? Gone. Talon convinced me to invest it in one of his schemes. It was all fake companies and shell accounts. I studied her face, looking for signs of deception. All I saw was desperation. What do you want from me? A job. A chance to start over. I'll do anything. Clean houses, wait tables, whatever. Why should I help you? You tried to blackmail me. Because... She started crying. Because I'm sorry, because I was scared and stupid and I let my family turn me into someone I hate. Ellis cleared his throat. The foundation will need administrative staff, entry-level positions. I looked at him, surprised. Everyone deserves a second chance, he said quietly. Minimum wage, I told Chloe. No special treatment. You'll work for everything you get. Thank you, she whispered. I won't let you down. The foundation launched on Stella's birthday. We focused on education, scholarships for kids from low-income families, funding for public schools, literacy programs. Everything Stella would have loved. I was reviewing grant applications in my new office when Ellis knocked on the door. There's someone here to see you. Bryson walked in and I barely recognised him. He'd lost weight, his expensive suits replaced by jeans and a wrinkled shirt. His hair needed cutting. Hello, Rachel. What do you want? To apologise and to ask for a divorce. I set down my pen. I thought you'd already filed. I couldn't afford a lawyer. Turns out when your family's assets are frozen and your practice collapses, money gets tight fast. So, you want me to pay for our divorce? He flinched. I know how that sounds. It sounds like you're still trying to use me. Maybe I am. He sat down across from my desk. But I also wanted to tell you something. That night at the estate, when I said I never loved you, that was a lie. I felt nothing. No pain, no relief, no satisfaction. Just emptiness. I did love you, Rachel. In the beginning, but my family, they poisoned everything. They made me believe you were the enemy. I was never your enemy, Bryson. I was your wife. I know that now, when it's too late. I opened my desk drawer and pulled out a check. This should cover your legal fees. He stared at the amount. This is too much. Consider it severance pay for 3 years of marriage." He took the check with shaking hands. "What happens now? Now you figure out who you are without your family's money, without their influence. Maybe you'll like the person you find. And us? There is no us. There hasn't been for a long time." He nodded and stood up. At the door he turned back. "For what it's worth, I think grandmother chose the right person. You'll do good things with her money." "I already am." After he left, I walked to the window overlooking the city. Down below, people hurried along the sidewalks, living their lives, chasing their dreams. Some of them would apply for our scholarships. Some of their children would benefit from our programs. Stella had given me more than money. She'd given me purpose. My phone buzzed with a text from Sage. "Saw the foundation announcement. Grandmother would be proud." She was right. Stella would be proud. The Montgomerys had spent generations accumulating wealth, hoarding it, using it as a weapon against each other. But money was just a tool. What mattered was how you used it. I thought about the scared teacher who'd married into this family, desperate to belong somewhere. She'd gotten her revenge, but more importantly, she'd found her power. And she was just getting started.
The rich aroma of roasted turkey filled the kitchen. A large platter of appetizers, perfectly ironed tablecloths, and place cards with each guest's name were set out. All of it had been prepared by me, Allison. 9 months pregnant, I had planned and executed this entire Christmas party on my own. My mother, Barbara, and my younger sister, Lauren, were lounging in the living room, chatting away with their phones in hand. Not once had they offered to help, not even a word of thanks. "Wait, Allison did all this? Damn, you're doing way too much." Lauren laughed, but her tone held no respect, no concern. "Allison's always been the thoughtful one, right?" My mother, Barbara, chimed in playfully. "She's always been like that. Tries to do everything herself, then burns out and blames the world." I turned away, pretending to smile, while something heavy pressed deep inside my chest. I was the one supporting this household now. My father used to provide for both my mother and sister, but after his death several years ago, it was my stable income as an accountant that kept things afloat. Every time, Barbara would call in tears, "I'm not feeling well, I can't afford a doctor." Sure, I knew there was some inheritance and probably support programs out there. But I still pitied her for losing Dad. And once I started helping my mother, Lauren naturally started relying on me too. She'd dropped out of college and decided to become an influencer, but did little beyond scrolling social media. Even so, whenever she guilt-tripped me with teary eyes, I couldn't bring myself to turn her away. Even now, nothing had changed. As I laid the forks on the table, a sudden wave of weakness nearly made my knees buckle. I carefully eased into a chair, trying not to draw attention. I wasn't feeling well, but if I said anything, they'd just laugh and call me dramatic. That's when I heard it. "What do you think you're doing? That's Lauren's seat, isn't it?" Barbara's sharp voice rang out from the living room. "Just because you're pregnant doesn't mean you get to be lazy. Get up, Allison." All eyes turned to me. There was a 28-year-old pregnant woman being scolded by her mother in front of relatives and family friends. The air turned cold. "Mom, I was just taking a short break." No excuses. Barbara stormed over and grabbed my arm, trying to yank me up. A sharp pain shot through me. I gasped involuntarily. But then a quiet voice came from the front door. "What on earth do you think you're doing?" Everyone turned. There stood Dorothy Manning, my grandmother, who was supposed to be too unwell to attend. With a cane in hand, she slowly stepped inside. The entire room froze in stunned silence. Her presence shifted the atmosphere completely. Yelling at a pregnant woman, how shameful. Have you ever even thought about how much your daughter sacrifices to support this family? Allison, you're not some servant in this house. Barbara flinched for a moment but quickly looked away, trying to laugh it off. Oh, please. I'm just disciplining her. You spoil her and she'll walk all over us. No, the one who's walking all over someone is you. Dorothy's voice was calm, but there was a sharp edge that cut through any room for pity. Family means showing gratitude to those who support you, not using your daughter for convenience and then looking down on her. That's not family. The looks from the guests began to shift. Where once I had felt the cold stares of, well, she's the oldest, it's expected. Now those stares were turning toward Barbara and Lauren. Lauren opened her mouth to speak, but said nothing. She bit her lip and looked down. Dorothy walked over to me and gently pulled out the chair beside mine. She leaned in and whispered, "You've given enough. Now it's time to live for yourself and your child." Tears welled up in my eyes. I had never asked for help, not once. I believed that if I bore the burden in silence, things would work out. But now, with just a few words, my grandmother had started to melt the ice lodged deep within me. I didn't know how much she knew about the financial situation, but she must have seen enough to know I needed saving. "Thank you, Grandma." My voice trembled as I said it, but I didn't sit back down just yet. Instead, I pulled out my phone from my pocket and opened an app in silence. There it was, a detailed history of years of financial support, living expenses for my mother, medical bills, all of it. No more. I whispered to myself as I began canceling each scheduled transfer one by one. With every transaction complete message that flashed across the screen, I felt something loosen in my chest. Once I'd finished, I finally sat down in a chair in my own room. "It's over." The words didn't come out, but I felt them tremble in my throat. A confirmation email arrived from the bank. The money flow was completely shut down. They would never siphon from my wallet again. It was quiet. The noise of the house, the noise of the past, all of it faded. It wasn't revenge I felt. It was closer to a prayer finally answered. No one will ask for my approval or my sacrifice anymore. From that moment on, I was no longer anyone's daughter or sister or personal ATM. I was a woman reclaiming her own life. Several years ago, things were completely different. I worked for a major audit firm, and I loved my job. My boyfriend, Paul, and I often talked about the future. On weekends, we toured small apartments together, saying, "Maybe this is where we'll start our life." Paul Hansen. I was just 24 then, still chasing dreams of a career and a family. Paul was the opposite of me, outgoing, sociable, full of charm. It didn't take long for us to fall for each other. I remember on our first date, he said, "I love how you always try to take on everything yourself." I blushed, unsure how to respond, but I was a little happy to hear it. Back then, I was still paying most of my family's bills, too afraid to ask anyone for help. So Paul's quiet presence, his warmth, it felt like salvation to me. 1 year later, Paul proposed. In a small restaurant, he held out a modest ring and said, "Will you build a life with me?" In that moment, there was no hesitation in my heart. I said yes, and as he pulled me into his arms, I could clearly see the outline of a happy future. But my family wouldn't allow it. From the start, my mother, Barbara, was against it. Does that guy even have any chance of a decent career? Their interference was exhausting, but the real problem wasn't my family. I had a dream of my own, a dream I wasn't ready to give up. Paul kept saying, "I don't care what your family thinks or how busy you are with work. I'm on your side. We can build everything from scratch." But even his kindness began to feel like a burden. One day, I told him quietly, "I'm sorry. I've thought about it a lot, and I think I need to focus on my career right now." Paul was silent for a moment, then simply replied, "Okay." No anger, no sadness, just a gentle smile. Even his kindness couldn't sway the resolve I had built. I never stopped liking Paul. In fact, part of me still wished him happiness. But back then, I wanted to choose a life I built for myself, not one where someone else sheltered me. 3 months after the proposal, we gradually drifted apart, and eventually, we ended things. Paul would never have been happy with someone like me, who only wanted to focus on her work. After the breakup, I buried myself in my career like I was locking away my emotions. I was in the office by 7 a.m. every morning, working late into the night, drowning in spreadsheets and deadlines. I got promoted. I became the head of the client management team faster than any of my peers, and my performance was stellar. But once I came home, reality waited for me. Mom's hospital bill went up again. "You make the most money, Allison. It's only fair, right?" At first, I thought of it as temporary support. But slowly, the entire household grew dependent on me. Lauren, who had dropped out of college, made a bit of money posting videos, but she never contributed to the household. Then came the breaking point. "We're thinking of moving in with you." Barbara dropped that on me the day after I signed the lease for my long-awaited new apartment. "Wait, what? You mean all of you?" I couldn't help but ask. Barbara replied like it was the most natural thing in the world. "You're moving into a bigger place, aren't you? If you can afford the rent, then having us there shouldn't be a problem. We're family, after all. Besides, you won't be able to raise that baby on your own, will you?" Something inside me cracked when I heard those words. Before I could respond, Lauren jumped in. Yay. I called dibs on the loft room. Before I could even open my mouth, the dream I had fought so hard for was being rewritten into their new base of operations. From then on, my life was a series of compromises. Cleaning up after dinner, managing the finances. Everything was pushed onto me with just one phrase, "You're the eldest, aren't you?" They would say, "We're grateful," but the gratitude was shallow. The exploitation, constant. I covered Mom's medical bills and living expenses. On paper, she was listed as a senior citizen living alone. In reality, I was living with her, supporting her. The reason we kept it separate was because Barbara knew she'd get more aid that way. Every document was carefully filed to maintain that illusion. And if I spoke up, I risked being accused of coercing my own family into dependence. I was fully aware of the contradictions. And I began to quietly plan my escape. I knew I couldn't go on like this. Now, I'm 9 months pregnant. After the wedding plans with Paul fell through, I found out I was expecting. I gave in to Barbara's voice saying, "You can't raise a baby on your own," and let myself be bound to this house once again. That day as well, I looked at my swollen belly in the mirror and silently tried to push myself forward. Is this really okay? Is this the life I want? No one could answer that question for me. The only one who could was me. That night, even after I went back to my room, I couldn't sleep. I sat in front of the vanity, staring blankly into the dark mirror. My body ached, my belly felt tight, my feet were swollen, my back was sore. But the worst pain was in my heart. Lauren's careless laughter, Barbara's cold expression. In that moment, I realized clearly and painfully that I wasn't truly needed as family. My eyes burned, but I didn't want to cry. I wouldn't shed another tear for them. A few unread messages from Wendy lit up my phone on the nightstand. "How are you holding up? Don't push yourself too hard. Call me if you need anything, okay? The tension in my shoulders eased for the first time in weeks. And then a small movement stirred in my belly. Oh! I gasped softly and gently placed a hand on it. For this child, I have to stand up. I need to go somewhere where no one looks down on me, where I'm not ruled by fear or control. The resolve settled quietly, but firmly. The morning after the party, an odd silence hung over the Reynolds household. Barbara had posted a video of last night on TikTok. The title read, "A Mother's Lament, Abandoned by Her Daughter on Christmas." The video showed my mother sitting alone in the corner of the room, crafted like a tragic heroine in some scripted drama. I wondered what people would think when they saw this. Anyone who watched that one-sided video would no doubt blame the daughter. That's the kind of performance it was. And that's exactly what Barbara wanted. But I wasn't the same woman anymore. The night before, my grandmother Dorothy had changed everything with a single outburst. Yelling at a pregnant woman, how shameful. "Allison, you're not some servant in this house." That outburst ignited a long-suppressed fire inside me. When I woke up the next morning, I looked in the mirror with a clarity that hadn't been there before. I'm not a slave. I'm not an ATM. The words left my mouth, not in anger, but with a calm, unwavering resolve. My conversation with Dorothy from the night before echoed in my mind. You've given enough. Now, it's time to live for yourself and your child. Those words from my grandmother made me feel loved for the very first time. I picked up my phone and messaged Wendy. She had been my closest friend since college, an independent woman who ran her own online education platform. To me, she was the one person I could fully trust. "Please, I really need to talk." The message was marked as read almost instantly. "Anytime. Want to come over now?" And just like that, one of the heavy weights on my chest lifted. As I got dressed, I caught a glimpse of my reflection. Tired eyes and a 9-month belly, but a steady, determined look in my gaze. No one controls me anymore. I whispered it to my reflection, and this time I truly meant it. Wendy's home was the one place where I could breathe. "Can't believe we're seeing each other like this, but I'm so glad you came. I've been worried sick." She opened the door with a knowing smile, then welcomed me inside. There was herbal tea and homemade biscuits waiting on the table, and that small act of care made my shoulders drop, just a little. "Can I tell you everything?" Wendy nodded. That was all the permission I needed. And I told her. Everything I had never dared say out loud. How I paid all the bills, covered my mother's hospital fees, paid for my sister's tuition. How Barbara and Lauren leaned on me silently demanding, never asking. How I couldn't say yes to Paul, not because I didn't love him, but because I was too trapped. How the word family had become an excuse for exploitation. Wendy didn't interrupt once. She simply held my hand and listened. By the time I finished, tears spilled down my cheeks. "I'm not wrong, am I?" "No, you're not wrong. In fact, I'm amazed you held on this long. You're not alone anymore." Her words soaked into my heart like rain falling on parched ground. Later that day, Wendy introduced me to a friend of hers, a lawyer well-versed in family and financial law. Together, we calmly went over everything, documents, evidence, and how to apply for the support I deserved. This isn't just an emotional matter. You've been mistreated economically, legally. We'll make this right. I nodded. It wasn't about vengeance anymore. It was about reclaiming the life I should have always had. That night, I lay down on Wendy's couch and gently rested a hand on my belly. I want to be the kind of mother this child can be proud of. that quiet but unshakable resolve burned inside me. The next morning, sunlight peeked through the curtains, brushing softly against my face. But there was no peace in my expression. Even after a few days at Wendy's, my mind never stopped racing. Even with the baby's movements reminding me of the life I carried, I couldn't fully rest. The humiliation at the party, Barbara and Lauren's cold stares, Dorothy's piercing words, and the slow collapse of my life's foundation. Everything circled through my thoughts like a storm. I knew I had made the right choice. But the years of learned self-sacrifice fought hard against my newfound freedom. When I left that house with nothing but a small bag in hand, my legs trembled slightly. But I couldn't let anyone see that. I can't breathe. By the time I reached the bottom of the long staircase, I was already out of breath. My body was heavy. I could feel the baby shifting, trying to find space. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. Just a little longer, okay?" I whispered it in my mind, taking one step at a time. The walk to the station had never felt so long. Even though I'd tied my sneakers tight, they felt loose somehow. And worst of all, people's stares felt ice cold. No one was going to help me. That truth cut deep. By the time I reached Wendy's station, my body felt like lead. But when I rang her doorbell, I was standing. When I heard her voice welcome back, tears silently traced down my cheeks. There was someone who would welcome me. I told myself, I'm going to be okay. When I opened my laptop, the video was still up. The one Barbara had posted on TikTok the day after the Christmas party. A mother's lament, abandoned by her daughter on Christmas. There she was on the screen, sitting dramatically in the corner, like a tragic character from a stage play. I didn't want to trouble my pregnant daughter, so I kept my distance. Even if people misunderstand me, that's okay. I did it for her. The staged sniffles, the carefully chosen lighting, the on-screen captions highlighting my mother's tears. One by one, comments began flooding in. So moving. How could her daughter be so cruel? If you can't even love your own mother, how can you be a mother yourself? The video quickly surpassed 100,000 views. Donations, unsolicited but sympathetic, began pouring in. This is a lie. I whispered to myself. I opened file after file with steady fingers. Bank transfers, payment records for hospital bills, even photos of Barbara dining at restaurants and shopping at malls during her so-called recovery. Credit card statements, time-stamped receipts. The truth was clearly documented. Wendy said, "If you're going to reveal the truth, now's the time. You're not the daughter of a victim. She's pretending to be a victimized mother, but in reality, it's the opposite." I nodded silently, then placed my hands on the keyboard and began typing with quiet resolve. "You've got this, Allison. This is just the beginning." Wendy placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. I glanced down at my round belly. For this child, I have to change. Not just as a mother, but as a woman taking the first step toward a new life. I slowly opened the social media post editor. Until now, social media had been nothing more than a stage for my mother's lies. But not today. Today it would be a platform for truth, not emotion, but fact. This is not a rebuttal to my mother. This is a record of the truth. Beneath the caption, I uploaded PDFs of transfer receipts, proof of paid medical bills, and photos from Barbara's vacations posted during her so-called convalescence, including receipts for luxury makeup purchases. While pregnant, I supported my family in ways most will never see. I want people to know what that looked like. Within 10 minutes, the comments started flooding in. Wait, so what's the real story? This evidence is too clear to deny. She did all this at 9 months pregnant? The mom in that video seems completely different now. Even locals began chiming in. These documents are real, same format we use at my company. She's the one who does corporate finance support around here. She's trusted. The narrative shifted instantly. Barbara's carefully crafted victim role began to unravel publicly and loudly. When I hit post, I exhaled deeply. Whatever happened next, my heart was remarkably calm. This wasn't revenge. It was a step toward reclaiming myself and building a real life with the child I carried. Wendy brought over coffee and sat beside me. That was impressive. There's no way they'll stay quiet after this. They don't need to respond. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm not going back. Wendy nodded, quietly patting my shoulder. My baby shifted gently inside me, as if whispering, "Well done." I placed a hand on my belly and closed my eyes. We'll start a proper life together, just the two of us. No more control. No more fear. That night, hashtags began trending. What real family love looks like. Dawn texploit pregnant women for sympathy. The next day, Barbara's phone wouldn't stop ringing. Her hospital called to say her prescriptions were now on hold. The pharmacy account had been suspended. Even her rent, electricity, and gas were now under someone else's name. I had reviewed the lease and contacted the property manager. I'd like to terminate the contract at the end of next month. I said it calmly. When all the logistics were in place, Wendy helped me move into a new home. It was time to start fresh with my baby. A few days later, Barbara and Lauren learned about it not from me, but from the property manager. The lease ends next month. For the first time, they realized how precarious their situation really was. They scrambled to reach me, but by then I'd changed my number and email. There was no direct line to me anymore. Faced with the reality of losing their home, Barbara yelled in frustration. Lauren, through tears, whispered, "How did it come to this?" But this was my quiet answer to the years I had spent shouldering a life that never belonged to me. Everything in their lives came to a halt. Their inquiries to local offices led nowhere. Then one day, they received a formal notice. All previous support has been terminated. Lauren now lived in fear of public opinion. A clip from the Christmas party had surfaced online. Pregnant sister forced to give up her seat by her own mom and sister. Treated like a servant. The video spread rapidly, and with it came waves of backlash. How could they treat a pregnant woman like that? This sister is a total leech. Wait, they were living off her income? Her follower count plummeted, all brand deals were cancelled. Every new pitch was met with, "It's not the right image for us right now." One evening, the Reynolds family found themselves all together in the living room again. But the warmth was gone. "Mom, were we really that awful?" Barbara paused, lowering her newspaper. "Awful? That's a bit much. But everything we did, it was like repaying kindness with cruelty." Barbara bit her lip. They had lived off my income and felt entitled to it. They had given nothing and taken everything. And now they were being forced to confront that truth. Then the doorbell rang. It was a delivery. Inside the box was a simple card and a letter. "To whom it may concern, I'm spending quiet days with my son in our new home. There's been a lot to reflect on, but I feel calm now. I don't intend to dwell on the past anymore. But I've made my choice. I won't be coming back. The life where I constantly sacrifice myself ends here." In a quiet hospital room, I closed my eyes. After a long fight, I held a tiny life in my arms. The warm weight of a newborn. "Welcome to the world, Lucas." Tears slipped down my cheeks. When I whispered his name, he opened his mouth and reached for my finger. No matter how lonely I had been, this moment made it all worth it. After being discharged, I moved into a small apartment on the west side of town. It wasn't new, but the sunlight filled the room. Simple furniture. A few houseplants. In Lucas's little crib were picture books I had once loved as a child. Then, one day a letter arrived. A pale gray envelope and handwriting I instantly recognized. To Allison. Just below the name, written in careful script, were the words, "Would it be wrong of me to dream that one day it could be the three of us? You, me, and Lucas?" As I finished reading, I pressed the envelope gently to my chest. What came to mind was the gentle future we once dreamed of together the day we talked about renting a place, just the two of us. Could I go back? Stand beside Paul again? The time that had stopped for the two of us on that day was now beginning to move again, this time, as three. When I graduated from grad school, I thought moving back home was the smartest choice. But no one warned me that it would mark the beginning of a living nightmare. My days begin at 6 a.m. I work 12-hour shifts at a biotechnology lab, clocking over 60 hours a week, including weekends. Since graduating, I've been working non-stop. No debt, no vacations, no luxury. My car is fully paid off. My savings came from nothing but grit and relentless effort. I sacrificed sleep, friends, and any semblance of balance just to stay ahead. Meanwhile, my older sister Nicole, who is 5 years older than me and still lives at home, lives a completely different life. She wakes up at 11 a.m., lounges on the couch in her pajamas, and scrolls through Instagram on her phone. Her business ventures change constantly. First it was handmade jewelry, then stock trading, then crypto, and now she wants to be an influencer. "This time I'm really going to make it," she'd say, always followed by a request for money. "Every investment needs some startup capital. Once I make it, I'll pay you back double." Nicole's money requests were always cleverly staged. "Lindsay, can we talk?" She'd come into my room with a sad face. "I'm short on supplies for my jewelry. Could you lend me just $500? I hesitated. "Again? I just lent you $800 last month." "I know. But this time I really have a shot at success." Her eyes would fill with tears. "Even if it doesn't work out, I'll pay you back with my paycheck next month." But that's when she'd grab my hand. "Please, Lindsay, you're the only one I can count on. We're family, right?" And I could never say no, because Nicole knew exactly how to exploit my greatest weakness. Ever since I was a child, I believed I had to be the good girl to be loved. Our parents always prioritized Nicole, and I was expected to just endure it. I grew up hearing things like, "Family helps each other. It's your job to support your sister." So turning her down felt like betraying my family's love. Nicole also knew how to manipulate my guilt. "Is it because I'm a failure of a sister? Do you look down on me?" She'd cry and I would always give in. Part of me wanted to believe her words, "I'll pay you back. This time I'll succeed." If she ever did make it, then maybe my support wouldn't have been in vain. I clung to that tiny bit of hope. And so, time and time again, I'd sigh, say, "Fine, but this is the last time," and open my wallet. $500 for jewelry supplies, $1,200 for stocks, $800 to open a crypto trading account. Nicole's room was in the basement, but it might as well have been a penthouse. She had a high-end gaming chair, a 4K monitor, premium cosmetics, all bought with my money. Meanwhile, my own room was still my childhood bedroom, tiny, with outdated furniture. What infuriated me the most was how completely my parents misunderstood the situation. At dinner one night, Dad said proudly, "Nicole's got real vision. She's a natural at business. Lindsay, you could learn a thing or two from her." Mom chimed in. "Nicole's been so good to Lindsay too. She's such a caring big sister." I put down my fork. "What are you talking about?" Dad smiled. "Nicole told us she's been helping you out covering your research costs and travel expenses for your conferences." Mom nodded warmly. She's been doing so well with her investments, and she's been generous enough to support you." I was speechless. Nicole had completely reversed the story. She had made it seem like she was the successful one helping her struggling little sister, when in fact, I was the one propping her up financially all along. "That's not true," I said quickly. "I'm the one who's been lending money to Nicole." Dad frowned. "What are you talking about? Nicole would never lie about something like that. It's the truth." I reached for my bank statements to prove it, but Mom raised her hand to stop me. "Lindsay, why would you say something like that?" "Don't speak badly about your sister." She looked genuinely confused. "Nicole is a successful entrepreneur now. She's doing well enough to support you? An entrepreneur?" I almost laughed, but Dad cut me off. "Jealousy is ugly, Lindsay. Just because your sister's doing well doesn't mean you should make up stories." I tried to present the evidence, but my parents refused to listen. "Nicole is an honest girl. You're the one who's wrong. You're trying to bring your sister down." In the end, none of my desperate explanations were believed. Worse, I was labeled the jealous little sister. That's when I realized. In this family, Nicole's words held more weight than the truth. Then came the turning point. While talking about her latest business opportunity, Nicole said, "Lindsay is so good with money. She's always helping me. She's such a reliable little sister." She made it sound like I was willingly supporting her out of love. That night, I reviewed my bank statements. I calculated all the money I had lent Nicole over the past 2 years, plus what I had covered for the family. It totaled over $50,000. That was most of my annual income. This wasn't family anymore. This was a parasite and host relationship. And I had had enough. It was time for a change. And so, I began to make plans quietly. One morning, after returning home from the lab, I walked into the living room and saw a bizarre scene. My dad, Frank, stood red-faced, gripping some papers. My mom, Debbie, was in tears. And Nicole sat on the couch with a look like the whole world was against her. "Lindsay, sit down," Dad said, his voice trembling. "It's a family meeting." Cautiously, I took a seat across from them. Dad threw the papers in front of me. They were collection notices from a financial institution. "Nicole's investment failed," he said. "The monthly repayment is $1,800. If this continues, the whole family will go bankrupt." The crypto bubble had burst and Nicole's final big move had completely collapsed. Apparently, she had taken out a personal loan for $22,000 and invested all of it in cryptocurrency. Her bold claims of guaranteed profits this time had turned to ash in just 6 weeks. I stayed calm. That's her responsibility. It has nothing to do with me. At that moment, Dad exploded. "Nothing to do with you? You live in this house. Can't you help your sister out of just one mistake? After all she's done for you? I already pay rent. What kind of nonsense is that?" His voice turned into a roar. "You haven't paid for anything. Stop relying on Nicole for everything. You're an adult, aren't you? A freeloader gets out of this house or pays $2,800 in rent each month." I couldn't believe my ears. I had been the one covering all the rent. Nicole hadn't paid a single cent. "Wait," I said. "Nicole's paying rent?" Dad puffed out his chest. "She's been paying $2,800 a month." I was stunned. Nicole tried to stop him, but it was too late. I turned to her. "Is that true?" She faltered. Yeah, of course. Obviously." "Hold on." I stood up. "That doesn't make sense. Nicole's never paid rent." "I've been paying all of it." Dad's face turned crimson. "What are you saying?" "Nicole deposits the money every month." "Then," I said, "let's see a rent receipt. Or even a bank transfer record." Nicole went pale. I don't have that on me right now." "Are you trying to sabotage Nicole?" Dad roared again. "Accusing your sister like this, how shameful." Mom joined in. "Lindsay, Nicole would never lie like that." "You must be confused." I pulled up my banking app and showed them. "Here's the proof. Every month, I'm the one transferring the full rent." But Dad still refused to believe it. "Anyone can fake a phone screen." "I trust Nicole. That's when Nicole muttered under her breath, "Dad." But he cut her off. "You don't need to say anything, Nicole. Lindsay is just jealous, that's all." I understood completely. The truth didn't matter. What infuriated me more than anything was that my parents wholeheartedly believed Nicole's lies. I took a deep breath. "So you're saying I should sacrifice myself to pay off her debts?" Mom cut in. "Do you really think helping your family is a sacrifice?" I stood up. "So you expect me to sell my car and put it toward her loan repayments?" Dad's face shifted for a split-second surprise. Because that was exactly what he had in mind. "Your car would sell for a good price," he said. "You could get 20 grand for it. That would cover the repayments for a while." I was speechless. That car was paid off after 5 years of part-time work through college. It was essential for my daily commute. Without it, I couldn't even get to work. "So you want me to sell my car to pay off Nicole's debts while I continue to cover the entire rent?" I made sure. "That's your idea of family love?" "Yes," Dad said firmly. "That's what family is for." That night, I sat alone in my car. I didn't start the engine. I just sat in silence and thought. For the past 2 years, I had been treated like an ATM, only acknowledged as part of the family when they needed money, ignored otherwise. And I made a decision. I was done. If they saw me as an ATM, then it was time for that ATM to flash insufficient funds. In a way they'd never expect. Because I had a secret. I had been quietly working on a plan for the past 6 months. And now, it was finally time to put that plan into action. 6 months ago, I made the most important decision of my life. It started when I overheard Dad grumbling about home repairs. That's when it hit me. Why not just buy the house? When I started looking into it, I discovered a shocking truth. My parents had defaulted on the mortgage 3 years ago due to financial hardship. The home they'd purchased 15 years ago was 1 step away from foreclosure. But they had kept it hidden. Every month, they'd taken the $2,800 I thought I was paying in rent and used it to cover the overdue mortgage payments. Quietly, I consulted a lawyer and a real estate agent. As a foreclosure property, I could purchase the house for 70% of its market value. And there was another secret no one in my family knew. I had been investing in biotech stocks since college. Thanks to my industry knowledge, those investments had exploded in the last 2 years. My initial $10,000 investment had grown into $150,000 over 4 years. On top of that, I'd received a $50,000 bonus from my lab for a patent submission. I had quietly saved up $200,000. And with that, I bought the house paid in full, in cash. The deed listed me as the sole owner. I didn't tell anyone. On the day the purchase finalized, I stood outside the house with my real estate agent. Legally, everyone in my family had just become my tenants. But I didn't act. I was waiting for the right moment. It came sooner than expected. One Sunday afternoon, my phone rang. It was Nicole's ex-husband, John. His voice was serious. "Lindsay, I need to talk to you. It's about Nicole." "Can we meet tonight?" Sensing the urgency, I agreed. We met at a nearby cafe. He was already seated, clutching an envelope, visibly unsettled. "Good to see you, John." As I sat down, he pulled out some papers from the envelope. They were loan application forms from a bank. "Take a look at this," he said. "These are the documents Nicole submitted to apply for a crypto investment loan." I froze as I read them. The applicant's name, Lindsay Manning. My name. My address, phone number, employer, income, all of it was my personal information. But the signature was clearly forged. "This is..." I was speechless. "This is identity theft," John said. "Nicole used your name to apply for the loan. She leveraged your credit score and income to borrow $22,000. My hands started to shake. "Do my parents know about this?" John's expression darkened. "Actually, your parents were involved." "What?" Nicole first approached them about it. She told them, "If I use Lindsay's name, I can get better loan terms." Your parents said, "As long as she gives permission, it's fine." But Nicole was afraid you'd say no. So she forged everything without telling you. John pulled out another set of documents. These are emails between Nicole and your parents. When she lied and said you'd agreed, they replied, if that's the case, go ahead with the process. I felt the air leave my lungs. My entire family had deceived me. How do you know all this? During the divorce proceedings, I had legal access to Nicole's phone and laptop data. That's when I found everything and realized you were a victim too. He handed me more documents. These are printed emails. Nicole was impersonating your email address to communicate with the bank. I reviewed everything, line by line. Nicole had used my social security number, my driver's license, my employer's name. This wasn't just a family loan. This was serious fraud. Why are you telling me this? I asked. John exhaled heavily. Because during the divorce, Nicole also opened a credit card in my name. She did to me exactly what she did to you. But I stayed quiet. That was my mistake. The next day, I met with Vanessa, a seasoned attorney. She studied the documents with a hardened look. This is a clear case of identity theft. This may qualify as a federal crime. You can report this to the FBI. What about civil action? You can absolutely sue. You're entitled to damages your credit score, emotional distress, and all actual financial losses caused by the fraud. I returned home and sat alone in silence. In my hands were two things: the deed to the house and hard proof of my sister's crime. It felt like I was holding two live grenades. And I made a decision. I would confront her with the truth at the very moment she was happiest. My family doesn't know anything yet. They had no idea their world was about to collapse and that it would be entirely their own doing. Nicole's 30th birthday party was a grand affair she called the beginning of a new chapter. White tents were set up in the backyard, lavish catering, a professional photographer, all supposedly paid for from the family savings. In reality, it had all come from my savings. Over 30 guests were in attendance: relatives, neighbors, Nicole's friends, and even some local influencers. Nicole wore a white dress and acted like the bride at her own wedding. I have a special announcement today, she said, taking the mic. I'm launching my new lifestyle brand. Thanks to my family's support, my dream is finally coming true. Applause followed. From inside the house, I watched the scene unfold with a white envelope in hand. 3 p.m. Just as she began her speech, I stepped out into the backyard. I walked calmly through the crowd, the envelope clutched to my chest. Oh, Lindsay, Nicole beamed. Everyone, this is my amazing sister, the one who's always supported me. I said nothing as I walked straight up to her and handed her the envelope. What's this? A birthday present? She asked, smiling. In a way, I said. She opened it. Inside was an official eviction notice. The color drained from her face. This has to be some kind of joke. It's not, I said loudly. The chatter died instantly. All eyes turned to us. Dad rushed over in a panic. Lindsay, what are you doing? I turned to the crowd. I have an announcement. This house was legally purchased by me 6 months ago. I am the sole owner. A murmur spread. For the past 2 years, I continued, I've been working 60 hours a week, covering this family's entire rent. Nicole hasn't paid a single cent. Dad shouted, Don't bring this nonsense up here. Yes, I said firmly. This is exactly where it needs to be said. Everyone here deserves to know the truth about Nicole. I looked around at the stunned crowd. Nicole is not an entrepreneur. She's a fraud. She's stolen from the family, stolen my identity, and today she's stealing your applause and your gifts. Dad opened his mouth, but I held up a hand to stop him. And that's not all. I pulled out the documents John had given me. Nicole took out a $22,000 loan using my identity. That's a federal crime. Silence swept over the party. She used my name, my social security number, my workplace details without ever asking for my consent. Dad stepped forward, confused. What are you saying? Nicole told us you had agreed to it. Agreed? I scoffed. When exactly did I do that? Mom chimed in, clearly flustered. Nicole said Lindsay had agreed to co-sign, right, Nicole? Nicole stared at the ground. She didn't answer. Dad tried to defend her. Lindsay, Maybe you're just forgetting? Nicole wouldn't lie about something like this. Forget co-signing a $22,000 loan? I said sharply. I never agreed. In fact, I was never even told I was supposed to be a co-signer. I turned back to the guests. Everyone, please listen. Nicole told our parents I had given her permission. She lied and used that lie to steal my identity. Dad turned to Nicole, horror dawning on his face. Nicole, no, but you said Lindsay was okay with it. Mom started to say something, but Nicole gave the smallest shake of her head. At that moment, something in Dad's face cracked. Nicole, why are you shaking your head? I. Nicole's voice trembled. Mom went pale. You really did this without her permission? Nicole began to cry. Mom, I was just trying to help the family. Help the family? I snapped. By committing fraud? By ruining my life? Dad buried his face in his hands. We thought you had agreed. I spoke calmly now. What you're all seeing right now is Nicole's true self. She lied to our parents. She told them I gave permission. Dad groaned, head in hands. We were tricked. You were complicit, I said. You never once stopped to verify the truth. You took Nicole's word as gospel. But you never gave me the same courtesy. Not once. Mom's voice shook. Nicole, tell me it's not true. Did you really do all this without Lindsay's permission? Nicole, crying openly now, nodded. The silence deepened. My parents' faces reflected pure confusion, regret, and the shock of betrayal. Nicole was sobbing now. Lindsay, please, stop. I won't, I said. I've stayed silent for 2 years. That ends today. I pointed to the eviction notice. You all have 30 days to vacate this house. Anyone who hasn't paid rent has no right to live here anymore. Mom stepped forward. Please, Lindsay. Let's talk about this. We're family. Family? I laughed bitterly. Does family commit fraud against me? Does family treat me like an ATM? And then I dropped the final bomb. By the way, this party? The $5,000 for the food, the champagne, the photographer, it was all paid with the money Nicole stole, using my identity. Everything you're enjoying right now is the product of a crime. Utter silence. I walked back into the house without looking back. Before closing the door behind me, I said one last thing. I suggest you start packing. The next visitor will be a lawyer. From the window, I watched as the party guests quickly began to scatter. Nicole had collapsed onto the ground, crying. It was perfect. 3 weeks after the eviction notice, the house was eerily quiet. Nicole disappeared the day after receiving it, without saying where she was going. I later realized that the moment she was confronted with the evidence of identity theft, she knew there was a real chance she could be arrested. When I said the word crime at the party, her face went pale with fear. The next morning, all critical documents were gone from her room. Her hard drive had been physically destroyed and her phone line disconnected. It was obvious she had tried to eliminate all evidence. A neighbor mentioned seeing her leave around 2 a.m., loading 2 large suitcases into her car. My parents said she had told them she was staying with a friend for a while. But I knew the truth. She was running from everything that was about to catch up with her. All that remained in her room were expensive cosmetics and clothes. It looked more like a fugitive's hideout than a bedroom. For the first 2 weeks, my parents begged me daily. We need to talk as a family. We didn't know. We're sorry. Let's move on from this. But my decision never wavered. Attorney Vanessa had contacted me with more updates. The identity theft case was far worse than we thought. Nicole had opened 2 more credit cards under my name, racking up a total of $35,000 in fraudulent charges. Just repairing my credit would take over a year. You have enough evidence to press criminal charges, Vanessa told me. This qualifies as a federal offense. I'm not thinking about that right now, I replied. I just want them to stay away from me for good. On the day of the eviction deadline, I had one final conversation with my parents. They were loading their things into a moving truck, both in tears. We were wrong, Mom said. We admit we didn't believe you. But can't we be a family again? I spoke gently. I'm starting a new life. You should too. 3 months later, something unexpected happened at the lab. Dr. Gale, my direct supervisor, walked into my office. "Lindsay, there's an incredible opportunity for you," he said. "There's an offer from the Advanced Biotechnology Institute in Boston." "Boston? Your paper's been getting attention in the field. They're offering 1.8 times your current salary, full research funding, and housing assistance. I don't want to lose you, but for your career, this is golden." I accepted without hesitation. A month later, I was living in a new apartment in Boston, a 20th floor unit overlooking the ocean. A lab equipped with the best research tools I could ask for. But more importantly, uninterrupted freedom. My bank account was filling with both the proceeds from selling the house and my new salary. There were no debts to pay off for anyone else. No unreasonable requests to fulfill. For the first time, I could spend money on myself without guilt. 6 months after moving to Boston, I got a call from Emma, an old friend. She told me in detail about my family's current situation. "I ran into your parents recently. They're not doing well," she said. "Your dad's working weekends, now night shifts at a grocery store. And he's over 70. My heart felt complicated. "What about my mom?" "She got a cleaning job. She's working at a hospital starting at 5 a.m. every day. For the first time, they're learning what financial hardship actually feels like." What shocked me most was that they had started meeting with a financial planner. They told him they'd only just realized how much you'd supported the household. They cried when they said it. A few days later, I heard from John again, Nicole's ex-husband. He gave me an update on her. "She's living out of state, in a small town," he said. "She was at a homeless shelter for a while, but now she's renting a cheap apartment and working at a fast food joint." And the fraud case? She's spoken to a lawyer. They told her if she turns herself in, she might get a lighter sentence. She hasn't made a decision yet. But she's trying to change. She's going to therapy 3 times a week and attending a support group for prescription drug addiction. Addiction? She got hooked on prescription meds after her investments failed. It clouded her judgment. That's what led to a lot of this. A month later, I received a letter from my parents, written in Mom's handwriting. "Lindsay, we were wrong. We only now understand how much you did for us, how much you carried alone at just 22 years old. Your father works nights at a grocery store at 70. I clean hospital floors at dawn. And this is normal life. You carried that burden all on your own at just 22, and instead of appreciating you, we believed Nicole's lies and failed to understand you. We were shocked when the financial planner reviewed our household finances. He said the amount you contributed covered 60% of a typical household income. We treated our daughter like a bank account. We don't expect forgiveness. We just hope wherever you are, you're happy." I folded the letter and let out a long, steady breath. Their suffering was of their own making. But at least now, they were beginning to see the truth. Now, I run along the Boston shoreline as the sun rises. I lost a lot in the last 2 years. Money, time, to last. But what I gained was worth far more. Self-respect, independence, real freedom. Family isn't just blood. It's the people who respect you, support you, and help you grow. I'm building a new family now. My colleagues, my neighbors, and most of all, the stronger version of myself. I haven't replied to Mom's letter. Today, a new research project begins. We're developing a breakthrough treatment for cancer. And for the first time, my energy belongs to something I believe in. Not someone else's debts, not someone else's disasters. This is the beginning of my real life. My name is Ashley. I'm 34 years old. And I've always been the responsible older sister. Not the favorite, not the rebel, not the golden child. Just the one who shows up on time, pays the bills, and never forgets a birthday. I work in finance, I live alone, and I'm not the kind of person who causes a scene. My family, they're loud, close-knit at least on the surface. And they've mastered the art of acting like everything's perfect while sweeping every real issue under the rug. I was always standing just outside the circle, involved but not included. invited to the weddings, but never called over for the photos. It's that kind of person. Growing up, my younger sister Kate was the star. Charismatic, reckless, always in some kind of trouble and somehow, always landing on her feet. She had that infuriating charm that made our parents adore her, like she was spun from sugar. Even when Kate dropped out of college, lost 2 jobs, and moved back home at 28, our parents treated her like the second coming of Einstein. Meanwhile, I paid my own tuition, held the same job for over a decade, and even helped cover part of the mortgage when Dad's hours were cut back. But none of that seemed to matter. At least not enough to earn me a place at the literal family table. Still, I told myself I didn't mind. Or at least I tried to believe that. I kept my head down, sent the checks, replied to the emails, showed up for holidays, and smiled through all the little jabs dressed up as jokes. "Ashley, you're so serious, you should relax more." "Oh, we figured you'd be too busy. You're always working." I let it slide. Maybe deep down, I believed that if I just kept showing up, one day they'd see me as part of the family, not just the background financial support, but someone who truly belonged. That illusion shattered last fall. But this isn't just a revenge story. This is the story of a woman discovering her own worth and a family being forced to learn what real connection means. Anyone over the age of 65 will probably understand how complex families can become over the years and how important it is to mend what's been broken. It all started with dinner. Kate had just gotten engaged to a man named Ben, whom our mother had already dubbed an absolute angel. He worked for a local architecture firm, steady, sensible, the opposite of Kate's chaos. Our parents decided to host a big engagement dinner at a trendy rooftop restaurant downtown. The kind of place they'd usually never splurge on. Looking back, that should have been the first red flag. A few weeks before, Mom called me. "Ashley, sweetie," she said, in that syrupy tone she used to use when she wanted something. "It would mean so much if you came to Kate and Ben's engagement dinner. It's going to be such a special night. Kate is really hoping you will be there." Of course, I replied without hesitation. "Just send me the details." "There's one small favor," she added in a hushed voice. "I was hoping you could help us secure the reservation. Just for now, I'll pay you back later. You're better at these fancy places than I am." I should have known then that "I'll pay you back later" meant you'll never see that money again. But as usual, I agreed. Told myself it was for my sister's big day. I called the restaurant, reserved a private area for 20 people, and put the deposit on my credit card. I didn't care. Really. This was Kate's night. And maybe, just maybe this time, I'd actually feel like I belonged. The night of the dinner, I arrived right on time, -7 p.m. sharp. I wore a navy dress, the nice one I'd been saving, and a pearl necklace I'd kept for special occasions. I brought a lovely bottle of champagne for the couple and even printed a custom card with their initials. Inside, I wrote, "To Kate and Ben, may your new life together be filled with joy. Wishing you endless happiness. With love, Ashley." When I reached the rooftop, the hostess gave me a polite nod and led me to the private section. I took a deep breath and stepped forward. The space was stunning. String lights above, floral centerpieces on each table, a soft jazz band playing in the corner. Everyone was there: our parents, Kate, Ben, his family, a few friends. They were already holding drinks, laughing, talking, and clinking glasses. I smiled and walked in, expecting at least a nod of acknowledgement. Instead, Kate turned toward me with that all-too-familiar smug smile. "Oh, hi, Ash," she said, barely glancing at the champagne in her hand. "Glad you made it. But..." She gestured toward a fold-out chair placed awkwardly near the trash bins. "Sorry. These tables are for family only," she said, oozing fake sympathy. "But there's a seat over there for you." Thought you'd enjoy some peace and quiet." I blinked. I thought it was a joke. I looked at Mom. She just smiled tightly, the expression she used when she didn't want to get involved. Dad gave me an awkward smile and raised his glass. Ben looked confused but said nothing. And then some of them laughed. They actually laughed. I stood there for a few moments, unable to speak. My throat tightened, ears burning. I felt 13 again, like the time I was excluded from a cousin's wedding photo because I didn't fit the aesthetic. So I walked over to the chair, set down the champagne, and sat. I didn't even take off my coat. A waiter approached and asked if I was with the party. I nodded silently. He didn't ask anything else, just handed me a glass of water and left. But I saw it. That flicker of sympathy in his eyes. I sat there for almost 2 hours, watching them laugh, toast, open gifts. I listened as Kate gave a speech about how lucky she was to be surrounded by her favorite people. I watched Ben refer to Mom as the future best mother-in-law, and Mom tear up with pride. No one asked if I wanted to order. Then dessert arrived. A multi-layered cake with edible gold leaf. The band played something slow. The sun dipped below the skyline. And I realized no one had looked in my direction for over 30 minutes. That's when it hit me. This wasn't about a seat. This was about what my family really thought of me. And then the bill came. I watched the waiter walk toward the table, holding a small leather folder. He paused, looked around, then glanced down at the credit card inside. My card. I watched him walk toward me. "Excuse me," he said gently. "The total for the event is $5,218. Would you like me to charge the final balance to the same card?" Everyone at the table turned to look at me. Kate raised an eyebrow. "Oh, right," she said, waving a hand. "Ash is covering it. Like always." The waiter looked at me. I smiled. Calm, steady, controlled. My voice was steady. "That's not my table," I said loud enough for everyone to hear. "I was told it's for family only." The silence cut through the air like glass. Kate's mouth fell open. Mom looked confused. Dad straightened his spine. Ben's father, a stern man who owned a construction firm, frowned. The waiter hesitated. "Mom, you made the reservation." "I did," I nodded. "I paid the deposit. I ordered the custom floral arrangements. I called 3 restaurants to find this venue. But I'm not with them." I was seated at side table. I stood up slowly, took my coat, and nodded toward the trash can. Apparently that's where I belong. You could have heard a pin drop. No one moved. The waiter stood awkwardly between tables, holding the bill like it was radioactive. Kate looked like she'd been slapped with a fish. Mom squinted at the space between me and the folder, trying to figure out how this spiraled so fast. "Wait, Ashley," Mom said in a low, shaky voice. "What are you doing?" I shrugged. "Just following the seating chart, Mom. Kate said this table was for family only. I understood that I wasn't included." I looked at the waiter. "I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I wasn't welcomed. So I won't be paying." "This is ridiculous." Kate snapped, her smile twisting into something ugly. "It was just a joke. Lighten up. You always take everything so personally. That's not like you." The room fell silent. Even the jazz band seemed to dissolve into an awkward hum. Every eye was on me, and for the first time in years, I didn't shrink under the weight of it. "Exactly," I said slowly. "That's the problem. Everything's a joke when someone else is paying the price." Ben looked confused, like he was only now beginning to grasp that something real had happened. His father, A distinguished man in a blazer who had barely spoken all evening turned to Kate with a sharp gaze. "You invited this woman to your engagement dinner and seated her next to the trash?" he asked, his voice heavy with disbelief. Kate scoffed and turned to Mom for backup. Mom straightened in her chair and smiled tightly. "Let's not blow things out of proportion. Ashley's just being dramatic. She's always been sensitive. Ever since she was little." I almost laughed. That was her classic script, too sensitive, just tired, overreacting. Excuses to avoid acknowledging that something cruel had occurred and that they had allowed it. The waiter cleared his throat. "Excuse me, but before we close out the private space tab, the restaurant does require payment. If the card on file won't be used, we'll need an alternative." Silence. I turned and started walking toward the elevator. That's when Dad finally spoke. "Ashley, come on. You've already paid half, you might as well just finish it." I froze. That sentence, "might as well just finish it," snapped something inside me. "You're right, Dad. I paid the deposit. I called 3 restaurants to find one with the rooftop view Kate wanted. I adjusted the date around her schedule. I ordered custom floral arrangements because Mom said fake flowers look cheap in pictures. I paid a $500 non-refundable deposit without blinking. I showed up on time, dressed up, alone, to support my sister." My voice lowered but didn't waver. "And in return, I got a folding chair next to the garbage and a, 'Sorry, this table is for family only.'" I looked at Kate. "So now it's your turn. You and your real family can figure it out." Kate's face had turned a deep red, climbing up her neck. She stood up, trying to assert control, but it only made her look more ridiculous. "You're the one making a scene." "No," I said calmly. "I'm setting a boundary." And then I left. I didn't wait for the elevator, I took the stairs. One step after another, carried by adrenaline and the surreal clarity that comes when you finally do the thing you've always wanted to do. The night air hit me like a slap when I stepped outside. Sharp, clean. I just kept walking. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I wasn't going back. I thought that would be the end of it. Our bold exit. A few awkward apologies later. Maybe a half-hearted attempt to sweep it all under the rug. What I didn't realize was just how far the impact of that moment would reach, or that it would mark the beginning of something deeper, something that would force our entire family to finally grow. Later that night, back home, still in my dress, still holding that unopened champagne bottle like a phantom limb, my phone lit up. The first was a text from Kate. "Seriously? You couldn't just pay the bill and talk to me later?" Then one from Mom. "You embarrassed us in front of Ben's entire family. Was that your goal? Revenge?" Then a call from an unknown number. It was Ben. "Hi, Ashley," he said in the quietest voice I'd ever heard from him. "We haven't really talked much, but can I ask you something?" "Of course," I said carefully. "Did you really pay for everything? The deposit, the flowers, all of it?" I paused. "Yes?" There was silence on the other end. Then, "They told my dad it was your idea, that you offered, that it was something you wanted to do." I went cold. "I didn't offer," I said slowly. They asked, and I said yes. I didn't expect anything in return. But I definitely didn't do it for show. Ben exhaled. "My dad is furious. He thought it was just a generous gesture you made voluntarily. But now, knowing it was someone they basically cornered into paying, he said he wouldn't have agreed to the restaurant if he'd known." I said nothing. "He told me Kate and her parents made my family look like fools." Another pause. "I'm not calling to get involved," he added quickly. "I just thought you should know. And I'm sorry. I didn't really understand what was happening tonight. But now that I think back, the way Kate talks about you, it's never with respect. I thanked him and hung up, but the fallout was just beginning. Over the next few days, things escalated faster than I'd expected and in a direction my family likely hadn't anticipated. It started in the group chat. That big family thread, usually buzzing with recycled birthday messages, blurry photos of food, and Happy Friday texts from my aunt. It had been silent since dinner night until suddenly it wasn't. "Mom, Ashley, we need to talk. Call me when you can. Kate, you really ruined things with Ben's family. You owe us a fix. Dad, this is spiraling. Just apologize so we can move on." I didn't reply. Because it wasn't about a chair. It wasn't even about the bill. It was about everything that came before it, the years of being treated as the emergency contact, the designated driver, the backup wallet. And now that I finally said no, they had no idea what to do with me. What made it worse or better, depending how you look at it, was that Ben's father was not someone who took humiliation lightly. According to information I gathered from one of Kristen's friends, a man named Peter, Mr. Fisher, Ben's father, had a meltdown the night after the dinner. Mr. Fisher was a respected businessman with over 30 years in the local construction industry. He'd paid for Ben's private school, helped him start his marketing firm, and had gone out of his way to help plan a smooth, elegant engagement season. And now, he'd learned that the bride's side had lied about who was paying for the venue, treated his family with disrespect, and after I refused to cover the remainder, they had the audacity to bill him for half the drinks. Peter said that at brunch the next day, Mr. Fisher said something like, "If this is how they treat their own blood, I can't even imagine what they'll do to my son after marriage." Ouch. The ripple effects hit Kate like a freight train. Suddenly, wedding plans were put on pause, Ben moved back to his apartment for mental clarity, and her Pinterest boards quietly disappeared. That spring wedding she'd spent years dreaming about? Scrapped. Mom went into damage control mode. She didn't text or leave a voicemail, she sent an actual email. Subject line, a request. It was 5 paragraphs of sugar-dusted manipulation. How they never meant to hurt me. How they didn't realize I felt excluded. How much it would mean if I'd just be willing to sit down with Kate and sort things out for the sake of the family. Nowhere in the email did it say, "I'm sorry." Just, "We didn't realize. You misunderstood. Let's not let one bad night ruin what we've built." I stared at that last line for a while. What exactly had we built? Was it the bond where I drove 3 hours on Christmas Eve with a trunk full of presents because Kate wasn't in a mental state to shop for anyone? Or the one where I canceled a trip to Spain 2 years ago because Dad needed surgery and they couldn't afford a home nurse? Or the one where I co-signed twice for a second car they needed, which Kate drove and never paid a single cent for? I left the email sitting in my inbox. I didn't reply. 2 days later, I got a call from my Aunt Susan. It surprised me. She wasn't exactly the warm, fuzzy type. Sharp, efficient, ran her own interior design firm, always with an air of barely concealed judgment. We hadn't spoken in over a year. "Ashley," she said, "I heard about the dinner." "I'm sure you did," I said, trying not to sound bitter. "I'm not calling to scold you," she said quickly. "I just wanted to say it was about damn time someone shook the tree. That caught me off guard." She sighed and said, "Look, I know what your parents are like. Always sweeping things under the rug. Always pretending everything's fine. But they've leaned on you way too much for far too long. And Kate's gotten away with treating you like a background character her whole life." "Thank you," I said quietly. "But why now?" "Because now the Fishers are involved," she said dryly. And your mother is panicking. She called me yesterday, asked if I could talk some sense into you. I raised an eyebrow. And what did you say to her? I said you don't need talking to. What you need is space. And maybe it's time they learned how to function without using you as a scaffold. It was the first time someone in my family actually saw me, not as a checkbook, not as a punching bag, just as a human being. But Aunt Susan didn't stop there. Ashley, there's something else I need to tell you, she said, her voice serious. Something you don't know, about your grandmother, your mother's mother. My heart began to pound. My grandmother Beth had passed away when I was 12. As far back as I could remember, she had always treated me with special warmth. She left a will, Aunt Susan continued. There's a trust fund in your name. It was meant for your college education and available to you freely after you turn 25. But your parents... What? They used it. For Kate's college, for a car loan, for the mortgage. Without ever telling you. I gripped the phone tightly. How much was it? It was originally $150,000. With interest, by now it would be close to $300,000. It felt like the world was spinning. Why are you telling me this now? Because after what happened tonight, I couldn't stay silent anymore. You think you've contributed nothing to this family, but the truth is they've been living off you. And they still sat you by the trash. After I hung up, I sat on the couch for a long time. Everything started to make sense. Why they always turned to me for financial help. Why they never seemed to feel guilty about using me. Why Kate was always treated like royalty. Later that night, I received another text. This time from Kate. Kate, Ashley, Ben's dad just canceled the deposit on the wedding venue. He said we're not aligned in values. Please fix this. Can you help? My life is falling apart. No apology. Just fix this. And that's when I realized she still didn't get it. She still saw me as a tool in the toolbox, or pressure valve, a breathing wallet. So I decided I would fix something, just not in the way she meant. That night, I went looking through Dad's old file cabinet, searching for my grandmother's will. If Aunt Susan was telling the truth, I had a right to see a copy. Sure enough, buried in the back of the basement, I found the paperwork for the trust fund with my name on it. My grandmother had left $150,000 for my education and future. A handwritten note was attached. Ashley is a special girl. Never take her kindness and sense of responsibility for granted. My hands trembled. She had seen me. She had understood the loneliness I felt in my own family. The next morning, I spoke to a lawyer. The situation was complicated, but the misappropriation of the trust fund was clear. I could have pursued legal action, but that would have scorched every remaining bridge. Instead, I made a different plan. First, I shut down the joint bank account Kate and I had once used when she was unemployed. Her gym membership and Spotify subscription had still been auto-drafting from my account. It wasn't much, but it mattered. The next morning, Kate called 4 times in a row. What did you do? Her voice was panicked. I said nothing. Ashley, I was supposed to go to dinner with Ben tonight. I'm trying to fix things, and my card isn't working. The bank says the account doesn't exist. I know, I said calmly. I closed it. What? You can't do that. I can, I said evenly. And I did. You said I'm not family. And if I'm not family, you don't get to use my money. She was silent for a moment. Then she shifted tactics. Ashley, please don't do this. You're just jealous. Admit it. You've always hated that I get more attention. And now that Ben's dad is on my side, you're throwing a tantrum. I actually laughed. Kate, Do you really think he's on your side? Silence. Then I added, don't worry. You've always landed on your feet. Maybe Mom can open a new line of credit in your name. Or Ben's dad can teach you how to stand on your own. And I hung up. A few hours later, my phone buzzed again. But this time, it wasn't Kate. It was an email from Ben. Subject, we need to talk. I stared at it for a while before opening it. The subject line felt ominous, like it was ushering in something big, something I might not be ready for. But curiosity and a strange sense of closure got the better of me. It was longer than I expected, polite but personal, and had the tone of someone clearly shaken. He said he now realized just how uncomfortable that dinner had been and admitted that he hadn't noticed how I was being treated until everything fell apart. I was so focused on creating the perfect night, he wrote, that I missed the bigger picture. He confirmed his father had been furious. But it wasn't just about the money, it was about the principle. He wrote, if they can publicly humiliate the person who funded that night both emotionally and financially, then I need to seriously reconsider who I'm about to marry. Ben didn't hold back. He said Kate initially brushed it off as a misunderstanding. But once his father requested a screenshot of the receipt from the restaurant manager, the lies started unraveling. Kate had told him I insisted on paying. That I didn't want to sit at the main table because I was shy. That I had to leave early due to a work emergency. But after I spoke with the waiter myself, yes, I called the restaurant, the story fell apart entirely. Then came the part I hadn't expected. Last night, I ended the engagement. I blinked. He explained that it wasn't just the dinner. The whole situation had pulled back the curtain on behaviors he had once excused. The casual entitlement. The way Kate spoke about me behind my back. The way his concerns were always minimized. She kept telling me you were overreacting, he said. But honestly, you were the only one who responded with dignity. He ended the message with a short note. I'm not telling you this to defend myself or drag you into more drama. I just thought you deserved to know. I see it now. And I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner. I sat there for a long time rereading it. Not because I couldn't believe it, but because I wasn't used to being believed. The next few weeks were strangely quiet. The family group chat was completely dead. Kate tried to call twice more, but when I didn't answer, she stopped. I heard through the grapevine she'd moved back home. Ben returned the ring. His father sent formal cancellation notices to the venue and vendors. A few of Kate's old friends who had been riding Ben's social connections faded completely. I thought that was the end, that things would just settle into silence. But one Sunday morning, there was a knock at my door. It was Mom. She stood on the porch in a long cardigan, holding a Tupperware of lasagna like a peace offering. Her eyes were puffy, her makeup worn thin. I didn't say anything. I just opened the door slightly and waited. I brought dinner, she said. I didn't reach for it. I just wanted to talk. No excuses. That part surprised me. I let her in. She sat at my kitchen table, like she had when I was a kid. Same nervous hands, same forced smile. But this time, there was no passive-aggressive commentary. No, you're just tired, or she didn't mean it. She cleared her throat. I owe you an apology. I crossed my arms. Just one? Her face tightened, but she nodded. Fair. Probably more than one. She took a breath. I didn't see it. Not because it wasn't there, but because I didn't want to. Kate is loud. She takes up space. And you never asked for anything. You just did. You handled things. You showed up. We started treating you like a safety net. Something we could just assume would always be there. It's about safety nets, I said. People only notice them when they're falling, never when they're climbing. Her lip trembled. She looked down at her hands. Your dad and I were wrong. We let Kate get away with too much. We let her treat you like less. I remained quiet. You can't undo it, my mother said. Lasagna and an apology won't fix years of inequality. But I just wanted you to know I see it now. And I'm sorry. I looked at her for a long moment. For the first time in my life, she wasn't deflecting. She wasn't redirecting. She wasn't protecting Kate. She wasn't telling me to lower my voice or move on. She just sat there and owned it. I gave a slow nod. Thank you. We didn't talk for much longer after that. She left the lasagna on the counter. I walked her to the door. She didn't ask me to forgive Kate. She didn't ask me to call her. She just said, "Take care of yourself," and drove off. But what I didn't know then was that her visit was just the beginning of something deeper. 3 days later, Aunt Susan called me again. "Ashley, have a seat," she said, skipping pleasantries. "There's more you need to know." My stomach sank. "Your mother called me yesterday," she said. "She thinks it's time you knew about the trust." She knew? Ashley, not only did she know, she was the one who suggested it. It was her idea to borrow from the trust for Kate's tuition. The world tilted again. "It was supposed to be temporary at first," Susan continued. "But then Kate needed a car. Your dad's hours got cut. They started falling behind on the mortgage. And it snowballed. So they knew this whole time that I was financially supporting them with my own money?" "Yes. And now your mother is terrified. After everything that happened, she's realized she might have lost you for good." I clutched the phone tightly. Why is she trying to tell the truth now? Because Kate's having a meltdown. After Ben ended the engagement, she completely fell apart. Quit her job, moved back home, hasn't left her room in days. Your mom says this is something Kate finally needs to face. That these are consequences she has to live through. That surprised me. Is Kate okay? It wasn't the question I thought I'd ask. Not after everything. But I still cared. "She will be," Susan said. "But for this family to heal, the truth has to come out. And real growth needs to happen." After the call, I was caught in a swirl of emotions: anger, sorrow, and oddly enough, relief. The truth was finally surfacing. But what I didn't know was that Mom's crisis of conscience was just the beginning of a journey that would change all of us. The following week was far more dramatic than I expected. On Tuesday night, Mom called. "Ashley," she said, her voice shaking. "I'm worried about Kate. She hasn't come out of her room in 5 days. She's not eating. She hasn't showered. We think she needs help." "What kind of help?" "Professional help. A therapist. But she refuses to go. She keeps saying this is all your fault." I took a deep breath. "Mom, I'm not stepping in to fix Kate's problems anymore." "It's not that," she said quickly. "It's not. I'm trying to find a therapist. For myself. For this family. To understand how we got here." That stunned me. "You are?" "Yes, and your dad agreed. We want to make things right. No more hiding, no more excuses." I was quiet for a long time. "What about Kate?" "She's not ready to accept help. But we know we need to start whether she's ready or not." Then, she said something I didn't expect. "Ashley, would you come with us? To the first session?" "Me?" "Yes, you're hurt too. And we need your perspective. To truly understand what we did to you." I thought about it overnight. The next day, I said yes. Dr. Hilary Morgan's office was painted in soft beiges and calming blues, with gentle lighting and comfortable chairs. She was in her early 50s, warm, observant, and had over 20 years of experience in family therapy. We sat in a circle, me, Mom, Dad. Kate's chair was empty. "Thank you for coming today," Dr. Morgan said. "This is a courageous first step. Let's begin by understanding why we're here." Mom spoke first. She talked about the dinner, the fallout afterward. But this time, she also talked about the patterns years of taking me for granted. "I'm not here to justify myself," she said. "I'm here to understand why I kept prioritizing one child over the other, why I interpreted Ashley's kindness as weakness." Dad spoke next. He was always a quiet man, but his words carried weight. "I was afraid," he admitted. "Every time Kate spiraled, I felt like I had to shield her. But Ashley always handled things herself. I didn't think she needed help." "But she didn't ask for help," Dr. Morgan observed. "She offered help. Do you see the difference?" Then it was my turn to speak. I thought if I just kept giving, kept contributing, I'd finally be part of the family. That if I proved my worth, I'd be included. But over time, I just became a bank account, the emergency contact, the problem solver, but not a daughter, not a sister. "Ashley," Dr. Morgan said gently, "why do you think you kept accepting that role?" I thought for a long time. Because I wanted to be loved, in any form I could get it. The silence in that room was heavy. Dr. Morgan gave us homework. Before our next session, we each had to write down what we wanted from a healthy family relationship. The day before session 2, something unexpected happened. Kate called me. Ashley, her voice was the smallest I'd ever heard it. "Mom and Dad said they're seeing a therapist." "Yes." I think I want to go too." I was stunned. "Really?" I'm confused. Everything's falling apart, and I don't understand why. Ben left. My friends are avoiding me. Everyone says it's my fault. I didn't know what to say. "Ashley, I never meant to hurt you that night. I wasn't thinking." "That's the problem, Kate. You weren't thinking." "I know," her voice broke. "Now I know." At the next session, all 4 of us were there. Dr. Morgan began by reviewing our homework. Mom had written about boundaries, about seeing each child as an individual. Dad had written about responsibility, or about not letting fear dictate his parenting. I wrote about mutual respect, that love isn't the same as unconditional servitude. Kate wrote an apology. But it wasn't just "I'm sorry." It was detailed, specific, evidence that she was beginning to understand. "I felt entitled," she read aloud. "I built my life on the assumption that Ashley would always be there. I saw her kindness as weakness, her generosity as something I could rely on without thanks. I didn't see her as a person. I saw her as a tool." The room was quiet. "And the worst part is," she continued, "I knew. Deep down I knew. But it was easier to blame her than to face what I was doing." Dr. Morgan looked around at us. "This is significant progress, but understanding and changing are not the same. A real healing takes time, and most importantly, consistent effort from everyone." At the 3rd session, I brought up the trust fund. My mother and father turned pale. Kate looked confused. "Wait," Kate said, "what trust fund?" I explained everything: the money my grandmother had left me, how my parents used it, and how I had never known for years. Kate stared at our parents. So when Ashley was supporting us, it was actually her own money? Technically, Dad said quietly. Not technically, Dr. Morgan said firmly. It was clearly her money, and they used it without her permission and without her knowledge. Kate began to cry. So my college, my car, everything, it was all paid for by my sister? Yes, I said softly. And I treated you so terribly, after everything you gave me. It was a heavy moment, but Dr. Morgan gently steered us forward. Now we have an important decision to make, she said. How will we move forward with this information? Will we use it as a weapon for revenge or as a starting point for healing? I took a deep breath. I could pursue legal action, I said. But that would destroy this family. So what do you want to do? Dr. Morgan asked. I want to be repaid. But more than anything, I want real change. Not just words, actions. Mom leaned forward. We'll agree to any repayment plan. And Ashley, I promise you we will change. As a family, we'll change how we treat one another. The next few months weren't easy. We continued therapy bi-weekly, sometimes all together, sometimes in smaller groups. Each session peeled back new layers of truth and pain. Kate began individual therapy as well. She had to confront deep patterns of entitlement and manipulation. It wasn't just about our family, it was about how she approached relationships as a whole. I want to change, she told me one day. But I don't know how to start. Start small, I said. Take responsibility. Think about what you can give before asking for anything. She nodded, and she really began to try. She started applying for jobs seriously this time. Not stopgap jobs, but something she could build a career with. She apologized to old friends, people she had used. She began helping around our parents' house. Then, she presented a repayment plan to me. $300 a month, she said. It's not a lot. It's not even comfortable for me. But it's manageable. And it's proof I'm serious. I was moved. That amount was a significant portion of her new paycheck. Mom and Dad were changing, too. They started sending me monthly repayments, not large, but consistent. More importantly, they stopped treating me like an emergency wallet. There were hiccups. At Thanksgiving, some old patterns resurfaced. When Mom asked Kate to help with the dishes, she reflexively said, "Why not have Ashley do it? She's better at it anyway." The room went silent. Kate caught herself. Her cheeks flushed. "I'm sorry," she said. "Old habits. I'll do it." It was a small moment, but it meant a lot. She recognized her pattern and corrected it. In the spring, I had an unexpected encounter. I ran into Ben at a coffee shop. "Ashley," he said, approaching. "How are you?" "Doing all right," I replied. "You?" "I'm good. Actually, really good," he smiled. "Do you have time to talk?" We sat down. "I've heard Kate is trying to change," he said. "She is. It's a process. But she's making the effort." "I heard she's seeing a therapist. That's a good thing." I asked him. "Why are you asking?" He sighed. "Because I'm still trying to figure things out. I loved her. But the person I saw that night, that wasn't the person I thought I loved. How do you feel now?" "I'm wondering if people can change. Really change." I thought for a long moment. I think people can change when they truly want to. But it takes time. And proof. Words aren't enough. He nodded. "I think I want to talk to her. Not to get back together, don't misunderstand. But for closure. And if she really is changing, I'd like to acknowledge that." A few weeks later, Kate called me. "Ashley, I spoke to Ben. How did it go?" It was hard. But it was good. I gave him a real apology. No excuses. And he said he can see I'm trying. And? "We're not getting back together," she said. "But we parted as friends. And that feels better than anything before." A year after the dinner, we gathered again. But this time, at my house. I was hosting. It was a small gathering, me, my parents, Kate, Aunt Susan. And surprisingly, Ben. He and Kate had reconnected as friends. And in fact, Ben was now dating Kate's new boyfriend's friend, Matt. Matt was gentle, thoughtful, and unlike the kind of man Kate had gravitated to in the past. We all laughed at the irony. During dinner, I noticed the change. Kate was asking questions, not just talking about herself, but showing real interest in others. She asked about my new hobbies, the painting class I had started. Mom paused before asking me to do anything. She caught herself and offered help instead. Dad spoke to me during quiet moments. Really spoke not just about the weather or work, but about his feelings, his memories. And most importantly, no one expected me to pay. In fact, when the check came, Kate reached for it, and we all split it together. After dessert, Kate pulled me aside. "Ashley, I want to give you something." She handed me an envelope. Inside was a check, a large one. "What is this?" "I got a bonus," she said, "and I want to speed up the repayments. It's not everything yet, but it's a start." I was touched. "Kate, you should use that money for yourself." "No," she said firmly. "This is something I need to do. You gave me so much, not just money, but unconditional love. Now it's my turn to give back." I had changed too. Through therapy, I had learned that my value wasn't tied to what I could do for others. I learned to set boundaries, to say no. Most importantly, I learned to ask for what was good for me. I started dating cautiously, but with intention. I traveled. I pursued hobbies. I stopped living only for my family. And interestingly, the less I needed them, the more they seemed to value me. The less available I made myself, the more they recognized what I had always given. I finally took that long postponed trip to Spain. 2 weeks. Alone. It was freeing. When I got back, I had a string of messages from my family saying they missed me, that they were worried, that they were happy I was home. They were the most sincere messages I'd ever received from them. Kate and Matt's relationship became a real test of her growth. Matt was a man with boundaries. He was generous but not a pushover. He was kind but didn't allow himself to be used. At first, Kate tried to revert to her old patterns, expecting him to solve her problems, taking his kindness for granted, pushing against his limits with subtle manipulation. But Matt didn't allow it, and amazingly Kate respected that. "He makes me want to be better," she told me one day. "He holds me accountable, but he loves me." I've never had that combination before. "What do you mean?" "I mean, Ben loved me, but he didn't challenge me, at least not until the very end. And our family, well, you know, but Matt asks me to be my best self. And he believes I can be." And that was something beautiful. And the best part of Kate's relationship with Matt was that she didn't try to mold it into our family's old patterns. She didn't pressure Matt to meet us. She didn't pressure us to accept him. She let the relationship be its own thing. So when we finally met him, it felt natural. No pressure. No one trying to impress him. No one trying to use him. It was just a normal family dinner. The biggest change, though, was visible in our parents. Dad had been working on becoming emotionally available. He started having real conversations with me about my work, my interests, my feelings. He began to talk about his fears and how they had shaped his parenting. "I was afraid you'd outgrow needing me," he said one day. So when Kate had problems, I felt proud that I could fix them. But you didn't seem to have problems, so I felt like I had nothing to offer you. Dad, I just wanted you to be proud of me. Oh, sweetheart, I always was. I just didn't know how to show it. Mom was working on her own relationship with her mother, my grandmother. My mom loved you so much, she told me one day. She saw something special in you, and I think I was jealous. Jealous? You were the kind of child she always wanted: responsible, thoughtful, gentle. I was always loud, impulsive, dramatic. And I expected you to be the same, to demand loudly. But that wasn't you. She wiped away tears. My mom saw you, truly saw you, and for a long time I didn't. I'm so sorry. We visited Grandma Beth's grave together. We placed fresh flowers on her stone and told her that we were learning to see what she had seen all along. 18 months later, something unexpected happened. Kate and Ben started talking again, as friends. But there was something there. I'm confused, Kate told me. We're friends, good friends. But I think he might still care. And I know I still care. How do you feel about that? Scared, she admitted. Because I hurt him before. And now I know better. But will he believe that? I looked at her and I didn't see the selfish, manipulative sister I grew up with. I saw a woman who had grown, who had truly changed. Kate, I think you should talk to him. Honestly. Hold nothing back. You think so? Yes, but don't cling to the outcome. If he wants to try again, that's wonderful. If he doesn't, that's okay too. You've changed. That's true whether he comes back or not. A few weeks later, Kate had a long, honest conversation with Ben. She apologized again. She talked about her growth, what she had learned. Most importantly, she didn't pressure him. I'm not asking for anything from you, she said. I just wanted you to know, I'm different now. And I'm deeply sorry for what I did to you. Ben asked for time. Kate gave it to him, no pushing, no manipulation, no drama. And months later, they started dating again. Slowly, very slowly, with care. 2 years after the first engagement dinner, we started a new tradition for Thanksgiving. Before dinner, we all sat together and shared something we were truly grateful for, not surface things. Real, deep gratitude. Mom said, I'm thankful we found the courage to tell hard truths. And that we're learning to love each other anyway. Dad said, I'm thankful I'm learning to stop parenting from fear. And that my daughters are braver than I ever was. Kate said, I'm thankful my family didn't give up on me. That you gave me a chance to grow. And that Ashley showed me what real love looks like. I said, I'm thankful that we've learned healing is possible. It takes time, but it's possible. And that I finally feel like I belong in this family. Ben said, I'm thankful I've learned people can change. And that second chances and sometimes third do exist. It was a beautiful moment. After dinner, Kate and Ben made an announcement. We're engaged again, Kate said. But this time it's different. This time we know who we are. And we know how to love in a healthy way. The room erupted in cheers. But it was the kind of joy born from redemption, not desperation or manipulation. And the best part? No one asked me if I would be paying for the wedding. In fact, Kate and Ben were planning a small, intimate ceremony. One they could afford, one they wanted. Their wedding took place 3 years after that disastrous dinner. It was smaller backyard, 40 guests. Kate had decided she didn't want a big, flashy event. She wanted something meaningful, something real. And it was. I was her maid of honor, an honor that genuinely surprised me. Why me? I asked her. Because you showed me what real love looks like, she said. Love with boundaries, with respect, and because you believed I could change. You didn't give up on me. During the ceremony, I thought about how far we'd come. There we were, a healed family. Not perfect, we still had work to do. But we were whole. We were honest. We loved each other. When Kate read her vows, she cried. Ben, I promise never to take you for granted, never to use you. I see you as a person, not a tool. And I will work every day to be the woman you deserve. It was beautiful. At the reception, the most beautiful moment happened. As people were giving speeches, Kate stood up. I want to say something, she said. She looked at me. Ashley, I wouldn't be here today without you. You showed me what unconditional love really looks like. Love with boundaries. You taught me that real change is possible. She paused. 3 years ago, I sat you by a trash can. It was the most shameful moment of my life. But it was also the most important because it led us here. She wiped her tears. So everyone, please raise a glass to my sister, the woman who taught me what family truly means. The whole room stood and toasted to me. And I cried. Happy tears. A year later, Kate and Ben announced they were expecting their first child. I was going to be an aunt. We want you to be the godmother, Kate said. Really? Yes, we want our child to learn what true unconditional love looks like, to learn healthy boundaries, and to know how family should treat one another. It was a big responsibility, but I was honored. And when the baby was born, a beautiful girl, they named her Beth, after our grandmother. And I knew what kind of family she was being born into. One filled with love, with healthy boundaries, with mutual respect. Beth would never be seated by the trash. And through all of this, I found love of my own. His name is Oliver. We met at a local charity where I volunteer. He's kind, brilliant, independent. And most importantly, he doesn't see me as a bank account. On our first date, he insisted we split the bill. I'm not old-fashioned, he said. I'm fair. I fell for him. Oliver stood beside me through every change in my family. He didn't attend therapy with us, but he helped me process everything at home. Your family is lucky, he said one day. Why? Because you didn't give up on them. You gave them the chance to grow. They didn't give up on me, I replied. Yeah, but only because you opened the door. You could have chosen revenge, but instead you chose healing. We got married last fall. A small ceremony with my family and his. And my family welcomed him with open arms, not to use him, not to project expectations onto him. It was beautiful. So what did I learn from all of this? First, love is not unconditional service. True love has boundaries. True love demands mutual respect. Second, people can change if they truly want to. But that change isn't easy or fast. It takes time, effort, and often, professional help. Third, family dynamics are complex. Sometimes, the people who hurt you are also the ones who can help you heal. Fourth, telling the truth, even when it hurts, is the first step toward healing. Fifth, revenge might bring momentary satisfaction, but healing brings lasting peace. And most importantly, I am worthy of love. Without conditions, without needing to prove it. Not for what I give, but for who I am. It took me 34 years to learn that. Today, I'm 39. I still work in finance, but now, on my terms. I'm no one's emergency ATM anymore. I'm no longer a supporting character in someone else's story. I'm the main character in my own.
The envelope in my hands contained exactly 47,832 15s. Every dollar earned through double shifts, skipped dinners, and secondhand everything for the past 6 years. My name is Madison, and I've been saving for a miracle that might never come. I traced the bank statement with my finger, remembering the day I started this fund. 26 years old, sitting in Dr. Martinez's sterile office while she explained why my chances of conceiving naturally were extremely limited. Endometriosis, she'd said, scarring, blocked tubes, the works. But not impossible, I'd whispered. Not impossible, she'd agreed, though her tone suggested otherwise. That night, I opened a separate savings account. Madison's Future. That's what I called it. Every spare cent went in. Tips from my weekend catering gigs, the $50 Mom occasionally threw my way for helping out with her charity events. Birthday money from Dad, who always looked guilty when he handed over the cash. The fund grew slowly but steadily. $500, $2,000, $10,000. Each milestone felt like a small victory against the odds stacked against me. My phone buzzed against the kitchen counter, jolting me back to reality. Mom's contact photo filled the screen, her perfectly manicured smile from last year's country club gala. Madison, darling, we need to have a family meeting tonight, 7 sharp. What's this about, Mom? Just be here and dress nicely. We're having company. The line went dead before I could ask who was coming. Typical Veronica Tucker behavior. Information was currency in our house, and she hoarded it like a dragon with gold. I glanced around my tiny apartment, the one Mom constantly criticized for being beneath our family's standards. The second-hand furniture I'd carefully selected. The plants I'd nursed back to health from the clearance rack. The fertility books stacked on my nightstand, bookmarked and highlighted until the pages were soft with wear. This was my sanctuary. The place where I could dream about tiny fingers and first steps without anyone telling me I was being unrealistic. My phone rang again. Bethany's name appeared and I answered immediately. "Please tell me you're free tonight," I said. "Always for you. What's wrong? You sound weird." "Mom called a family meeting. She wants me to dress nicely because we're having company." Uh-oh, that's never good news in the Tucker household. Bethany knew my family better than anyone. We'd been friends since middle school, back when she used to sneak me extra lunch money because Mom would forget to give me any. She'd witnessed every slight, every dismissal, every time I was pushed aside for my younger sister Alina. "I have a bad feeling about this," I admitted. "Want me to come over after? I can bring wine and we can trash talk whatever fresh hell your mother has planned." "Yes, please. I might need it." I hung up and stared at the bank statement again. The numbers blurred as memories surfaced unbidden. Age 8. Madison, go play in your room. Alina and I are having girl time. Age 16. We can only afford one prom dress this year, and Alina's the one with the boyfriend. Age 24. Why are you wasting money on those fertility doctors? Some things just aren't meant to be. The pattern was always the same. Alina got the attention, the resources, the benefit of the doubt. I got the leftovers and lectures about being grateful for them. But this fund was different. This was mine. Every dollar represented hope, determination, and the stubborn belief that maybe, just maybe, I could have the family I'd always dreamed of. I folded the bank statement carefully and tucked it back into the envelope. Whatever Mom wanted tonight, whatever scheme she was cooking up, this money was off limits. This was my future we were talking about. I checked the time. 5:30 p.m. Enough time to shower, find something that met Mom's standards of nice, and mentally prepare for whatever fresh drama awaited me at the Tucker family home. As I headed toward my bedroom, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Looking forward to meeting you tonight. Caden." My stomach dropped. Caden was Alina's boyfriend of 8 months, the heir to some massive family fortune who treated my sister like she was made of spun gold. If he was texting me, if he was the company Mom mentioned, then tonight's meeting wasn't just about family business. It was about Alina. It was always about Alina. And somehow, I had the sinking feeling my carefully guarded fund was about to become part of whatever plan my mother had brewing. The Tucker family dining room felt like a courtroom as I walked in at exactly 7 p.m. Mom sat at the head of the table in her signature power pose, spine straight, hands folded, that smile that never reached her eyes. Dad occupied his usual spot to her right, already looking defeated. Alina practically bounced in her chair, her engagement ring catching the chandelier light like a disco ball, and there was Caden, looking every inch the golden boy in his pressed khakis and polo shirt. He stood when I entered, extending his hand. "Madison, so great to finally meet you properly." "Hi, Caden." I shook his hand, noting how soft his palms were. Trust fund soft. "Sit down, darling," Mom commanded, gesturing to the chair across from Alina. "We have wonderful news to share." I remained standing. "What's this about?" Alina held up her left hand, wiggling her fingers. "We're getting married." "I can see that. You've been engaged for 3 months." "No, silly. We're getting married next month." Caden proposed we move up the timeline, and I said yes. My eyes darted between them. "Next month? That's fast." "When you know, you know," Caden said, wrapping his arm around Alina's shoulders. "Plus, my family's estate is available then, and it's perfect for a spring wedding." "The Valdez estate," Mom practically purred. 300 acres in wine country. The ceremony will be featured in Town and Country magazine." "That's great." I finally sat down, sensing the trap closing around me. "But weddings take months to plan, years even." "Not when money is no object," Alina chirped. "We've already found the most amazing wedding planner. She specializes in luxury events on short notice." "How much are we talking about?" The room went quiet. Mom's smile sharpened. "Well, that's where we need to discuss family contributions," she said carefully. "Family contributions?" Dad cleared his throat. "Madison, your mother and I have been talking." "I've been talking," Mom interrupted. "Your father just nods along, as usual." Dad's face reddened, but he said nothing. "The thing is," Mom continued, "this wedding is an incredible opportunity for our family. The Valdez connection opens doors we've only dreamed of, but it requires a significant investment." "How significant?" 50,000? The number hit me like a physical blow. $50,000? "I know it sounds like a lot," Alina said, reaching across the table toward me. "But think about what this means for all of us. The networking opportunities alone." "Where exactly do you expect to get $50,000? Mom's eyes locked onto mine. "From your little savings account." The room tilted. "My what?" "Don't play dumb, Madison. We know about your fertility fund." "How do you—" "Your father handles the family finances. He noticed the transfers from your checking account." I turned to Dad, who couldn't meet my eyes. "You've been spying on my bank account?" "It's not spying," Mom said smoothly. "It's family financial planning, and frankly, that money is just sitting there, doing nothing." "It's not doing nothing. It's for IVF treatments." "Madison." Mom's voice took on that patronizing tone I knew so well. "Honey, we need to be realistic here. You've been trying for years with no success. The doctors have told you the odds. The odds aren't zero. They might as well be. You're 32 years old with severe endometriosis. It's time to accept reality and invest in something that will actually benefit this family." Caden shifted uncomfortably. "Maybe we should discuss this privately." "No," Mom said firmly. "Caden, you're about to be family. You should understand how we handle these situations." I stood up so fast my chair scraped against the hardwood. "These situations? You mean stealing my money?" "Don't be dramatic," Alina said. "It's not stealing. It's reallocating family resources for maximum benefit." "Maximum benefit for who? You?" "For all of us." Alina's voice rose. "This wedding will put us on the social map. Do you know what kind of connections the Valdez family has?" "I don't care about their connections." Well, you should, Mom snapped. Because those connections could help you find a better job, a better apartment, maybe even a husband who doesn't care about your medical issues. The words hung in the air like poison gas. Caden's mouth fell open. Dad finally looked up from his plate. Veronica, Dad said quietly. That was uncalled for. Was it? Someone needs to tell her the truth. She's been living in a fantasy world, throwing money at an impossible dream while the rest of us struggle to maintain our position in this community. Your position? I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Mom, you work part-time at a boutique. Dad sells insurance. What position are you trying to maintain? The position your sister's marriage will secure for us. By stealing my money. By making a smart investment in our family's future. I looked around the table. Alina avoided my gaze. Dad studied his hands. Caden looked like he wanted to disappear. And if I say no? Mom's smile returned, cold and calculating. Then you'll be choosing to sabotage your sister's happiness out of pure selfishness. Is that really who you want to be, Madison? The manipulation was so blatant, so perfectly executed, that I almost admired it. Almost. I need time to think about this. There's no time, Alina said desperately. The deposits are due tomorrow. Then I guess you'll have to find another way. I headed for the door. Madison, Mom called after me. If you walk out that door without agreeing to help your sister, don't bother coming back. I stopped, my hand on the doorknob. Fine, I said without turning around. You can have the money. The bank teller counted out the cashier's check twice before sliding it across the marble counter. $47,832.15. My entire future, reduced to a piece of paper. Are you sure about this amount? She asked. It's quite substantial. I'm sure. I walked straight from the bank to my parents' house and handed the check to Mom without a word. She examined it like she was checking for forgeries. This is short, she said. That's everything I have. The wedding costs $50,000. Then find the other $2,000 somewhere else. Mom's jaw tightened, but she folded the check and tucked it into her purse. Alina will be so grateful. I left without saying goodbye. Back at my apartment, I collapsed on my couch and called Bethany. They took it all, I said when she answered. Oh, honey, I'm coming over. Bring the wine, the good stuff. 20 minutes later, Bethany sat across from me with a bottle of Pinot Grigio and a box of tissues. Tell me everything. I recounted the dinner, Mom's ultimatum, Alina's fake gratitude. Bethany's expression grew darker with each detail. This is insane, even for your family, she said. What are you going to do? I don't know. Roll over and take it, I guess. Like hell you will. Bethany leaned forward. Madison, you're the smartest person I know. There has to be something you can do. Like what? The money's gone. So make them regret taking it. I stared at her. What do you mean? I mean, your sister is about to have the wedding of the century using your money, and everyone's going to think the Tuckers are suddenly wealthy. What happens when people find out the truth? They won't find out. Mom's too smart for that. Is she? Because from where I'm sitting, she just made a huge mistake. She involved an outsider, Caden. And rich people don't stay rich by being stupid about money. Eventually, someone's going to ask questions. The seed of an idea began to form. You think I should tell Caden? I think you should be strategic about this. Your family just humiliated you in front of your future brother-in-law. They made you look pathetic and desperate. But what if you could flip the script? How? I don't know yet. But we'll figure it out. 3 days later, I found myself at Bella's bakery for what Alina called a family cake tasting. I'd been specifically instructed to just observe and give input when asked. The bakery was the kind of place that charged $50 for a dozen cupcakes. Alina and Mom sat at a corner table covered with cake samples, while I occupied a chair slightly behind them like some kind of wedding planning understudy. The lemon lavender is divine, Alina gushed. but the chocolate raspberry is so rich. We'll need something that photographs well, Mom added. Remember, this is going in the magazine. I picked at a corner of vanilla buttercream, wondering how I'd become a spectator at my own financial funeral. Excuse me, are you the Tucker party? A woman approached our table, tall, elegant, with the kind of confidence that comes from never having to check your bank balance. She wore a simple black dress that probably cost more than my rent. Yes, Mom said, instantly switching to her networking voice. I'm Veronica Tucker, and this is my daughter Alina, the bride. I'm Zuriel Valdez, Caden's sister. I was hoping to introduce myself before the wedding. Alina practically levitated from her chair. Oh my God, yes! Caden talks about you all the time. Please sit down. Zuriel smiled and took the empty chair next to me. And you must be Madison, the maid of honor. Just a bridesmaid, I corrected quickly. Actually, Mom interjected, we haven't finalized the wedding party yet. Zuriel's eyebrows rose slightly. Oh, well, Caden mentioned you were sisters. We are, Alina said. Madison's she's been so busy with work lately. What do you do, Madison? I work at Morrison & Associates. It's an accounting firm. Really? My family uses Morrison for some of our business accounts. Small world. Mom's smile tightened. She hated when I had connections she couldn't control. Madison's always been good with numbers, she said dismissively. Very practical. Practical is underrated, Zuriel said, turning to face me fully. Especially when it comes to wedding planning. These events can get out of hand quickly if someone isn't watching the budget. Oh, we're not worried about the budget, Alina laughed. We want everything to be perfect. Of course. Though I have to say, I'm impressed your family can pull together such an elaborate wedding on short notice. The vendors we use typically require months of advance booking. Mom's fork paused halfway to her mouth. Well, we've been planning for a while. Have you? Caden mentioned the engagement was fairly recent. 3 months, I said quietly. And you decided to move the wedding up to next month? When you know, Alina repeated Caden's words from the other night. Zuriel nodded slowly. Absolutely. Though I imagine the financial logistics must be challenging. Caden mentioned the budget was around $50,000. The table went silent. Mom recovered first. We prefer not to discuss financial details in public. Of course, I understand completely. I just meant that it's wonderful when families can come together to support such important milestones. She looked directly at me when she said it. There was something in her expression, a knowing look that made my pulse quicken. It really is, I said carefully. Well, I should let you get back to your tasting, but Madison, I'd love to chat more before the wedding. Maybe we could grab coffee sometime. She pulled out her phone. What's your number? I gave it to her, acutely aware of Mom's disapproving stare. Perfect. I'll text you. Zuriel stood and shook hands with everyone. It was lovely meeting you all. Alina, I can't wait to officially welcome you to the family. After she left, Mom turned to me with ice in her voice. What was that about? What was what about? Don't play dumb. Why did she want your number? Maybe she's just being friendly. The Valdez family doesn't do friendly without a reason. You better not say anything to embarrass this family. What would I say? I don't know, but I'm warning you. If you do anything to sabotage this wedding, there will be consequences. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Coffee tomorrow? I have a feeling we have a lot to discuss. Zuriel. I looked up to find Mom still glaring at me. Who's that? Nobody important. But as I typed back, yes, definitely, I realized that wasn't true at all. The next 2 weeks turned into a masterclass in humiliation. Every day brought a new wedding-related task that somehow required my presence, but not my opinion. Madison, can you pick up the centerpieces? Alina called from the couch, not looking up from her bridal magazine. The florist closes at 5. I'm at work until 6, so leave early. This is important. I can't just leave early. I have clients. Mom appeared from the kitchen, dish towel in hand. Madison, your sister is getting married once. Your little job will still be there tomorrow. My little job pays my rent. Your rent on that shoebox apartment, Mom sniffed. Maybe if you'd invested in yourself instead of those fertility treatments, you'd have a better life by now. I grabbed my keys without another word. At the florist, I loaded 36 crystal vases into my car, while the owner gushed about the generous budget for the arrangements. Each vase cost more than I spent on groceries in a month. Your family must be so excited, she said, wrapping the final vase in tissue paper. It's not often we get to work with such an unlimited budget. Unlimited? Well, your mother said money was no object. Spare no expense for my baby girl, she said. Such a devoted mother. I drove home in silence, the vases clinking softly in my back seat like wind chimes. The next morning, I found Mom and Alina at the kitchen table surrounded by wedding planning chaos. Fabric swatches, venue photos, and vendor contracts covered every surface. Perfect timing, Mom said without looking up. We need you to call the caterer and confirm the menu changes. What menu changes? We're upgrading to the premium package, Alina said, holding up a catering brochure. Lobster tail, filet mignon, the works. That's going to cost extra. So, we can afford it now. I stared at the contract in front of her. The original estimate had been crossed out and replaced with a number that made my stomach drop. $68,000. Alina, that's $18,000 more than the original budget. Math was never your strong suit, Mom said coolly. The original budget was $50,000. This is only 18 over. You said the wedding cost $50,000 total? Now you're spending $68 just on catering? Plans change, Mom shrugged. That's what happens when you're planning a real wedding, not some backyard barbecue. Where's the extra money coming from? That's not your concern. It is if you're expecting me to cover it. Mom's pen stopped moving. Excuse me? I gave you everything I had. If you need more money, you'll have to find it somewhere else. Madison, Alina said sweetly, you know we're good for it. This wedding is an investment in our family's future. Our family's future or your future? Same thing. I walked to the counter where Mom kept her wedding planning folder. Inside were contracts, receipts, and vendor agreements. The numbers made my head spin. Flowers, $12,000. Photography, $8,000. Dress alterations, $1,500. You've spent over $80,000, I said. And it's going to be worth every penny, Mom replied. The connections alone will pay for themselves. What connections? You're not the one getting married. Don't be naive. When Alina marries into the Valdez family, we all benefit. Better social circles, business opportunities, respect in the community. Respect you're buying with my money. Your money that was just sitting in an account doing nothing. I pulled out my phone and started taking pictures of the contracts. What are you doing? Alina demanded. Documenting how my fertility fund is being spent. Mom snatched the folder away. Stop that right now. Why? If this is such a great investment, you should be proud to show people where the money came from. Madison? Mom's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. You're walking on very thin ice. What are you going to do? Take more of my money? Oh, wait, you already took it all. I can make your life very difficult. More difficult than it already is? Alina stood up, her chair scraping against the floor. Why are you being so selfish? This is supposed to be the happiest time of my life, and you're ruining it. I'm ruining it? By asking where my money went? By being bitter and jealous? Just because you can't have kids doesn't mean you should sabotage my happiness. The words hit like a slap. Mom smiled with satisfaction. There it is, she said. The truth. You're jealous because Alina has everything you want. A man who loves her, a future, a family that supports her dreams, instead of chasing impossible fantasies. I walked to the junk drawer and pulled out the small velvet box I'd hidden there months ago. Inside was a tiny silver rattle charm, the first thing I'd bought when I started the fertility fund. A symbol of hope. "I was going to give this to my baby someday," I said, holding it up, "as a keepsake from Mommy's journey to bring them into the world." Mom plucked it from my palm. "How pathetic!" She dropped it into the garbage disposal and hit the switch. The grinding sound filled the kitchen for 10 seconds before she turned it off. "There. Now you can stop living in the past and focus on reality." I stared at the disposal, then at Mom's triumphant face, then at Alina, who was examining her manicure like nothing had happened. "You're right," I said quietly. "I should focus on reality." I pulled out my phone and sent a text to Zuriel. "Can we meet today? I have something important to tell you." The response came immediately. "Absolutely. My place at 2 p.m.? Perfect." Mom was still talking, something about gratitude and family loyalty, but I wasn't listening anymore. I was thinking about reality, the reality that my family had just destroyed the last piece of my dream while planning a party with my money. And I was thinking about how much I was going to enjoy watching their perfect wedding plans crumble. "I need to go," I said, interrupting Mom's lecture. "Where?" "To focus on reality." I walked out, leaving them surrounded by their expensive wedding plans, paid for with my shattered dreams. Zuriel's house wasn't what I expected. Instead of some massive mansion, it was a tasteful craftsman-style home with a wraparound porch and flower boxes under every window. She answered the door in jeans and a sweater, looking nothing like the polished woman from the bakery. "Madison, come in. I made coffee." She led me to a sunlit kitchen where 2 mugs waited on a butcher block island. Everything felt warm and lived in, the opposite of my mother's sterile showcase home. "Your house is beautiful." "Thanks. I bought it with my first bonus from the foundation. Caden thinks I'm crazy for not living in the family compound, but I like having my own space." "Foundation?" "The Valdez Family Foundation. I run their charitable giving programs." She handed me a mug. "Which is actually why I wanted to talk to you." My stomach tightened. "Oh?" "Madison, I'm going to be direct because I think you deserve honesty. Something doesn't add up about this wedding." "What do you mean?" "The timeline, the budget, the way your family acts around you." She sat across from me. "At the bakery, when I mentioned the $50,000 budget, your mother looked like she'd swallowed glass. And you looked like you wanted to disappear." I stared into my coffee. "It's complicated. Is it your money?" The question hung in the air. I could lie, make excuses, protect my family's reputation like I'd been trained to do my entire life. Or I could tell the truth. "Yes." Zuriel leaned back in her chair. "All of it?" "Every penny. $47,832.15. 6 years of savings for fertility treatments." Jesus Christ. They said it was a family investment, that Alina's marriage would benefit everyone. And you just gave it to them. What choice did I have? My mother made it clear that refusing meant being cut off from the family completely. Zuriel was quiet for a long moment. "Madison, can I ask you something personal?" "Sure. Why do you let them treat you like this?" The question caught me off guard. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you're 32 years old with a good job and your own apartment. You don't need their approval to live your life." "You don't understand. This is how it's always been. Alina gets everything. I get the leftovers. It's just normal." "It's not normal. It's abuse." The word hit me like cold water. "It's not abuse. They're not hitting me or anything. Abuse isn't just physical. What you described, the manipulation, the financial coercion, the emotional blackmail, that's textbook psychological abuse." I set down my mug with shaking hands. "I never thought of it that way." "Because you've been conditioned not to. They've spent your entire life convincing you that their treatment of you is normal, that you deserve it somehow. Maybe I do. Maybe I am pathetic and bitter like they say." "Stop." Zuriel's voice was firm. Don't you dare repeat their words. You saved almost $50,000 while working a regular job and dealing with medical issues. That's not pathetic. That's incredible. Tears started falling before I could stop them. They threw away my baby rattle charm, the first thing I bought when I started saving. Mom put it in the garbage disposal and turned it on. Oh, honey. Zuriel reached across the table and squeezed my hand. I'm so sorry. I keep thinking maybe they're right. Maybe I should just accept that I'll never have kids and be grateful they included me in their plans. Or maybe you should make them face the consequences of stealing from you. I looked up. What do you mean? I mean, they're about to throw a lavish wedding with your money while erasing your contribution entirely. What if we made sure everyone knew the truth? I can't do that to Alina. Why not? She's doing it to you. She's my sister. And you're hers. Has she ever acted like it? I thought about Alina's face when Mom destroyed my charm. The complete indifference. The way she'd examined her nails like my pain was boring. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting we give credit where credit is due, publicly. How? Zuriel pulled out her phone and started typing. The Valdez Foundation has a program that supports women struggling with infertility. We provide grants for treatments, counseling, support groups. That's amazing. What if I told you we could make a substantial donation to that program in your name? And what if that donation happened to be announced at the wedding? My heart started racing. You mean tell everyone that I funded the wedding? I mean, tell everyone that the wedding was made possible by a generous donation from someone who believes in supporting women's dreams, even when her own dreams have been deferred. My family would kill me. Your family already killed your dreams. What's left to lose? I stared at her. You'd really do that? Madison, I've been watching my brother get manipulated by your family for months. Your mother has been dropping hints about business investments, social connections, ways the families could help each other. She's using Alina to get to our money. I didn't know. Of course you didn't. You're not part of their scheme. You're their victim. But here's the thing. I control the foundation's charitable giving, and I think a $50,000 donation to fertility support, announced at a wedding funded by a woman whose fertility fund was stolen, would send exactly the right message. 50,000? But I only gave them 47. The foundation will match your contribution. Consider it our way of saying thank you for exposing your family's true nature before they could sink their claws deeper into ours. I felt something I hadn't experienced in weeks. Hope. What would happen to the wedding? Oh, the wedding will go on, but everyone will know who really paid for it, and everyone will know what kind of people your mother and sister really are. They'll never forgive me. Good. You don't need their forgiveness. You need your self-respect back. I pulled out my phone and called Bethany. I need you to come to Zuriel's house right now, I said when she answered, and bring a notebook. We're planning something big. On my way. Should I be excited or terrified? I looked at Zuriel, who was already pulling up the foundation's website on her laptop. Both. The morning of the wedding, I woke up at 5 a.m. with my heart hammering against my ribs. Today was the day I'd either reclaim my dignity or destroy what was left of my family relationships forever. My phone buzzed with a text from Zuriel. Everything's in place. The bandleader has the envelope. Are you ready? I typed back, as ready as I'll ever be. Another text, this one from Alina. Where are you? Hair and makeup starts at 8. I'd been officially reinstated as a bridesmaid 3 days ago when one of Alina's sorority friends dropped out. We need even numbers for photos, Mom had explained, like I was a prop instead of a person. I arrived at the bridal suite to find controlled chaos. Alina sat in a silk robe while a team of stylists worked on her hair. Mom directed traffic like a general commanding troops. Madison, finally. Your dress is hanging in the closet. Go get ready. The bridesmaid dress was a pale pink nightmare that washed out my complexion and cost more than my monthly car payment. I'd paid for it myself, naturally. You look beautiful, Caden said when he saw Alina in her wedding dress. His eyes were soft with genuine love, and for a moment I felt a pang of guilt about what was coming. Thank you, baby. I can't believe this day is finally here. Neither can I. Madison, thank you for everything you've done to make this possible. The words were innocent, but they felt like a knife twist. He had no idea how literally true they were. It's what family does, I said. Mom shot me a warning look. Madison's always been so supportive. I really have been. The photographer arrived and started arranging us for family photos. I stood where I was told, smiled when directed, and watched my family pose like they were auditioning for a lifestyle magazine. Let's get some shots of just the sisters, the photographer said. Alina and I stood together, her arm around my waist. To anyone looking at the photos later, we'd appear close and loving. I'm really glad you're here, Alina whispered as the camera clicked. I know this has been hard for you. Has it? Well, yeah, the money thing. But you'll see, this is going to be good for all of us. I'm sure it will be. The Valdez family is already talking about business opportunities with Dad, and Mom thinks Mrs. Valdez might sponsor her for the country club. How nice for them. For us, Madison, we're family. The photographer moved on to other shots, and I excused myself to the bathroom. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and called Bethany. How are you holding up? She asked immediately. I keep thinking about backing out. Why? Because once I do this, there's no going back. They'll never forgive me. Madison, listen to me. What they did to you was unforgivable. You're not the villain here. But what if I'm wrong? What if this makes me just as bad as them? You're not stealing anyone's money. You're not destroying anyone's dreams. You're just telling the truth about where the money came from. The truth that will humiliate them in front of 200 people. The truth that will give you back your dignity. I took a deep breath. Okay, I'm doing this. I'm proud of you. Call me after. I returned to find the bridal party getting ready to head to the ceremony. The venue was a 20-minute drive through wine country, and Mom had hired a luxury bus to transport everyone. Madison, you're riding with the family, Mom announced. The other bridesmaids can take the bus. I climbed into the limo with my parents, Alina and Caden. The champagne was already flowing, and everyone seemed giddy with excitement. To new beginnings, Dad toasted, raising his glass. To family, Mom added, looking directly at me. To getting what you deserve, I said, meeting her gaze. We arrived at the Valdez estate to find a scene from a fairy tale. White roses and baby's breath decorated every surface. String lights twinkled in the trees. A string quartet played softly as guests found their seats. It's perfect, Alina breathed. It should be for what it cost, I muttered. Mom grabbed my arm. What did you say? I said it's beautiful. Madison, I'm warning you one last time. Do not do anything to embarrass this family today. I wouldn't dream of it. The ceremony began at 4 p.m. sharp. I walked down the aisle in my ridiculous pink dress, bouquet in hand, while 200 guests watched. I took my place at the altar and watched Alina float down the aisle in her $10,000 dress. Caden's face lit up when he saw her. Whatever else happened today, their love was real. That made what I was about to do both easier and harder. The officiant began the ceremony. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to celebrate the union of Alina and Caden. I spotted Zuriel in the third row, elegant in navy blue. She caught my eye and nodded almost imperceptibly. The band leader stood near the sound system, a sealed envelope in his hand. My heart pounded as the ceremony continued. Vows were exchanged, rings were placed, the officiant pronounced them husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. The crowd erupted in applause as Caden and Alina kissed. Flower petals fell like snow. It was picture perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, the band leader's voice came through the speakers as the applause died down. Before we move to the reception, we have a special announcement. Mom's head snapped toward the sound system. Her face went pale. This beautiful celebration has been made possible by the generous contribution of someone very special. Someone who believes that love and family should always come first, even when it requires great personal sacrifice. I watched Mom's expression change from confusion to horror as understanding dawned. The band leader opened the envelope and began to read. This wedding is dedicated to all the women whose dreams have been deferred but not destroyed. And we're pleased to announce that in honor of today's celebration, a matching donation of $50,000 has been made to the Valdez Foundation's fertility support program. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Caden's mouth fell open. Alina's bouquet trembled in her hands. This donation comes from Madison Tucker, whose own fertility fund made today's celebration possible, and who chose to turn her sacrifice into hope for other women facing similar struggles. 200 faces turned toward me. I stood up slowly, my pink dress rustling in the sudden silence. Thank you all for being here to celebrate love, family, and the power of supporting each other's dreams. I walked down the aisle with my head held high, leaving behind the wreckage of my family's perfect day. The silence lasted exactly 3 seconds before chaos erupted. "Madison!" Alina's voice cracked like a whip across the vineyard. "Get back here!" I kept walking, my heels clicking against the stone pathway. Behind me, the crowd buzzed with shocked whispers and confused murmurs. Did she say fertility fund? $50,000? I thought the Tuckers were wealthy. "Madison Tucker!" Mom's voice carried over everything else. "You stop right there." I reached the parking lot and fumbled for my car keys. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped them twice before managing to unlock the door. "Madison, wait!" I turned to find Caden jogging toward me, his tuxedo jacket flapping behind him. His face was flushed and confused. "What just happened back there?" "Ask your wife." "I'm asking you. Did you really pay for our wedding?" I looked at this sweet, naive man who just married into my toxic family. Every penny came from my savings account, the one I'd been building for 6 years to pay for fertility treatments. His face went white. But Alina said, "Your parents said the family had been saving. They lied. Why didn't you tell me? Would it have mattered? Would you have called off the wedding?" He opened his mouth, then closed it. We both knew the answer. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I had no idea." "I know you didn't. Take care of yourself, Caden, and watch out for my mother. She's already planning ways to get her hands on your family's money." I got in my car and drove away, leaving him standing in the parking lot in his wedding tuxedo. My phone started ringing before I reached the main road. Mom's name flashed on the screen. I declined the call. It rang again immediately. Declined. Again. Declined. Then the texts started flooding in. "How could you do this to your sister? You've ruined everything. Don't you dare come home. You're dead to us." I pulled over at a gas station and turned off my phone. 20 minutes later, I was sitting in Bethany's living room with a glass of wine and my phone still powered down. "So how do you feel?" she asked. Terrified, exhilarated, nauseous, all at the same time. "Any regrets?" I thought about Alina's face when the announcement was made. The way her perfect wedding smile had crumbled. The gasps from the crowd. Mom's look of pure rage. "No, no regrets." "Good, because your phone's been buzzing nonstop since you got here." I'd left it on Bethany's coffee table, and even powered down, I could see the notification light blinking through the case. "I'm not ready to deal with that yet." "You don't have to. But Madison, you should know. This is going to get messy. Your family isn't going to just let this go." "I know. And the Valdez family is going to have questions." "I know that too." Bethany curled up in her chair. "Tell me exactly what happened after you left." I recounted Caden's confused questions, his obvious shock at learning the truth. I actually felt bad for him. He really had no idea. "What about Alina?" I didn't stick around to see her reaction up close, but from what I could see before I left, She looked like she wanted to murder me. And your mom? Same, maybe worse. My phone buzzed again. Then again. Then again. Okay, I have to look, I said, powering it on. 47 missed calls, 63 text messages, 12 voicemails. Most were from Mom and Alina, but there were others too. Numbers I didn't recognize. A few from coworkers who must have heard through the grapevine. One text stood out from Zuriel. You were magnificent. Call me when you're ready to talk. I scrolled through some of the messages from my family. Mom, you have destroyed your sister's wedding day. I hope you're proud of yourself. Alina, I will never forgive you for this. Never. Mom, don't bother coming to Sunday dinner, or any dinner. You're not welcome in this house. Alina, everyone is staring at us. People are leaving. You ruined everything. Dad, Madison, please call me. We need to talk about this. More from Mom. The Valdez family is asking questions. Fix this now. And then, buried in the middle, a text from a number I didn't recognize. Hi, Madison. This is Sarah from the fertility support group at St. Mary's. I was at the wedding today. What you did was incredibly brave. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. I showed the message to Bethany. See? You're not the villain here. You're the hero. I don't feel like a hero. I feel like I just blew up my entire life. Maybe you needed to blow it up. Maybe it was time for a fresh start. My phone rang. Zuriel's name appeared on the screen. Should I answer? Definitely. I swiped to accept the call. Hello? Madison, are you okay? I think so. How bad is it there? Well, about half the guests left after your announcement. The other half are asking a lot of uncomfortable questions about your family's finances. And Alina? She locked herself in the bridal suite. Your mother is doing damage control, but it's not going well. She keeps insisting there's been some kind of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? She's telling people you're having a mental breakdown, that you're delusional about the money situation. My stomach dropped. Of course she is. Madison, I need you to know, my family believes you. We've been suspicious about your parents' motives for months. This just confirmed what we already suspected. What happens now? Now you get to start over, without them dragging you down. I'm scared. I know. But you're also free. For the first time in your life, you're completely free to be yourself without their approval. After I hung up, Bethany and I sat in comfortable silence for a while. So what's next? She finally asked. I have no idea. I've never made a major decision without considering how my family would react. Well, now you don't have to. I looked at my phone, still buzzing with angry messages from Mom and Alina. I think I'm going to turn this off for the rest of the weekend. Good idea. And Madison? Yeah? I'm proud of you. What you did today took incredible courage. I powered down my phone and set it aside. For the first time in weeks, the constant knot in my stomach began to loosen. Tomorrow I'd have to figure out how to rebuild my life. But tonight, I was going to celebrate my freedom. 3 weeks after the wedding, I sat in my apartment sorting through a stack of letters that had arrived at my office. Word had spread through social media about what happened at the Valdez wedding, and somehow my story had gone viral. Madison, you have to see this, Bethany said, bursting through my door with her laptop. Someone posted a TikTok about your wedding speech. It has 2 million views. That's terrifying. No, it's amazing. Look at the comments. She scrolled through hundreds of messages from women sharing their own stories of family financial abuse, stolen savings, and dreams deferred for other people's priorities. You started something, Bethany said. People are calling it the Madison movement. My phone rang. Zuriel's name appeared on the screen. Madison, I have news. Can you meet me at the foundation office? An hour later, I sat across from Zuriel in her sleek downtown office, surrounded by photos of the families her foundation had helped. The fertility support program has received over $300,000 in donations since the wedding, she said, all because of your story. That's incredible. It gets better. We want to hire you as the program coordinator. Full-time position, excellent benefits, and you'd be working directly with women who are going through exactly what you experienced. I stared at her. You're offering me a job? I'm offering you a purpose. Your story has inspired more people to seek help and more donors to give support than any campaign we've ever run. What about my family? Won't that complicate things with Caden? Actually, Caden and Alina are getting divorced. My mouth fell open. What? Apparently, your mother approached my parents about a business investment opportunity the day after the wedding. She wanted them to fund some kind of boutique expansion using Alina as collateral. When my parents declined, she became aggressive. How aggressive? She accused them of being cheap and threatened to have Alina withhold grandchildren unless they invested in the family's future. Caden overheard the conversation. Oh no. Oh yes, he realized your mother had been planning to use him as a cash cow from the beginning. The marriage lasted exactly 18 days. I felt a complicated mix of vindication and sadness. How is he handling it? Better than expected. He said the divorce was the best money he ever spent. He's actually dating someone new, a teacher he met at a coffee shop, someone who has no idea about his family's money. And Alina? Living with your parents and working at your mother's boutique. Apparently, the divorce settlement was quite modest since they'd only been married for 2.5 weeks. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Madison, this is your father. Can we please talk? I showed the message to Zuriel. What do you think? I asked. I think that's up to you. But remember, you don't owe anyone forgiveness just because they're family. I typed back, coffee tomorrow at 2 p.m., neutral location. The next afternoon, I sat in a busy Starbucks waiting for Dad to arrive. He walked in looking older than I remembered, his shoulders stooped with what looked like exhaustion. Madison. He sat down across from me with his hands folded. Thank you for agreeing to see me. How are Mom and Alina? Angry, embarrassed. Your mother is convinced you planned this whole thing to destroy the family. Did I? He was quiet for a long moment. I don't think so. I think you finally stood up for yourself after years of being pushed around. And what do you think about that? I think I should have stood up for you a long time ago. I think I failed you as a father. The admission caught me off guard. Dad, no, let me finish. Your mother has always been intense about appearances and social status. I told myself it was harmless, that she just wanted the best for our family. But watching her destroy your fertility fund and then try to manipulate the Valdez family, I realized she'd gone too far. What are you saying? I'm saying I'm proud of what you did at that wedding. It took courage I never had. Tears started forming in my eyes. Really? Really? And I'm saying that if you'll let me, I'd like to try to be a better father. Starting now. What about Mom and Alina? They made their choices. I'm making mine. We talked for 2 hours. He told me about the financial strain Mom's spending had put on their marriage, about the arguments that had started after the wedding disaster, about his decision to separate their bank accounts. She's furious that I won't help fund another wedding for Alina, he said. Apparently, she's already dating someone new, and your mother thinks this one might be the one. Of course she does. I told her I'm done enabling her schemes. If Alina wants another wedding, she can pay for it herself. When we parted ways, Dad hugged me for the first time in years. I'm proud of you, Madison. Your mother was wrong. You're not bitter or jealous. You're strong. That evening, I called Zuriel to accept the job offer. Welcome to the team, she said. When can you start? How about Monday? Perfect. Oh, and Madison, we're planning a fundraising gala for the fertility support program. Would you be willing to speak about your experience? I thought about all the women who had reached out to me, sharing their own stories of dreams deferred and families who didn't support them. Yes, I said. I'd be honored. The next morning, I drove to the Valdez Foundation office for my first day of work. As I walked through the doors, my phone buzzed with a text from a woman named Jennifer. I saw your story online. My family took my college fund for my brother's wedding. Thank you for showing me I'm not alone. I smiled and typed back, "You're definitely not alone. And you're stronger than you know." For the first time in my adult life, I was exactly where I belonged.